I'm sorry. I know 3 minutes late. It's a travesty. Well, okay, not really 3 minutes late. More like the stream was intended to be like my normal streaming time is like an hour earlier than what the time is right now, which is like 1:30 p.m. for me. But anyways, I that was because I was up until like literally past 5 a.m. for not for well, yeah, yes, for DPS Lanyan. Not making the video. Just, well, okay, yes, it was making the video, but doing testing to actually make the video. So I already recorded the DPS, in case you didn't see my community post. I already recorded a DPS Lanyan video, and I just, like, last week, like last Thursday, and I didn't end up editing it because of effing up my sleep schedule at the end of last week so much. Or I think I recorded on Wednesday last week, actually, yeah. So anyways, I screwed up my sleep schedule, and then, like, as I was, like, looking at it, and looking at some of the footage and going through it, and then I also talked to Tars Blamo. I was like, okay. We're doing farming, by the way, real quick on the other accounts, and then we'll get on. We have to do farming for Clorinde, so it's going to take a second, okay, to before we can actually test Clorinde. I'm sorry. Sorry, just alt-tab to make sure my correct window was up. The like Lanyan DPS video, like, it would have come out, but it was just like I was just like in this. Okay, this character's weird. I was like, this character's weird because she doesn't like do what I expected based on how her kit is described. So I got to figure that out, right? And to be clear, like if I was like more directly active in the theory crafting communities, I probably would have known this kind of thing already. It's fine. Or if, you know, amusingly, if I had, you know, actually properly tested Lanyan more on the you know, I made a Muika pre-release video. That means I did have access to Lanyan as well. Not making a video for Lanyan early, but I had access to Lanyan. I could have technically tested Lanyan early. Like, literally in the middle of December. So, like, 2 months ago, basically. I could have tested this stuff. I didn't think of it at the time. And Mihoyo themselves made me not really want to do anything on the creator server for various reasons. So anyways, point being, I realized, okay, the focus of DPS Lanyan has to be different. I'm going to maybe, being that I want to do like more members only incentivizations, I want to, you know, have maybe incentive, like give you a reason to do a membership, so do more like the exclusive videos. So I might have that initial experimentation video. I haven't finished editing it. I just like trimmed the parts of it. But I might turn that video into like a members only video. It'll be like Lanyan initial experimentation, a scrapped video or something. Because it's still a fun video, messing around with Lanyan in some different ways. But that was the start. Like the initial experimentation was the start of like, wait a minute, this is a little weird. She does some things I didn't think she would do. And yeah, anyways. Lanyan is a good quick swap DPS, is the long and short of it, and I want to specifically focus on that in the video, is basically the idea. So, hence Lanyan video being delayed, hence why I was up till 5 a.m. yesterday. Yeah, I'll talk about Lanyan a little bit more once I get onto my main account, but yeah, anyways, do that. And look at this, I did Lantern Ray yesterday on Polems only, so I have like 3 days of dailies where I don't have to do dailies. How exciting! How exciting! You hate how Arlecchino plays, so she's staying level 1. You like Lisa, though. And you wait. Also, like, you hate doing normal attacks. Don't you like Eula? Anyway, whatever. Sylveon, I think most of how you say you hate playing characters is just how much you like certain annoying characters, which is respectable. Anyway, Eula's different. Yes, Eula's different because it's more annoying. Eula is do normal attacks, but do, you know, one skill and then then cry when the attack or the final hit doesn't land and does no damage because the enemy moves around too much. And also has every enemy in the game has 80% physical resistance. So, anyways, go to just farm to use this resin real quick. We don't want to spend very long on these accounts today. No. We need to do Clorinde things, but take a second. I like the challenge of Yelan. Yes, it's respectable. Anyways, when is it time for Clorinde, Alex? Shortly. I'm just finishing dailies. I literally just started streaming, trying to do dailies real quick on this account, and then we'll do formerly weapons only. Just needs to do artifact farming. Should only take a minute. And then we gotta go get Clorinde's final ascension done. Wait, no, oh shoot. I think I have to do 2 ascensions, don't I? Oh boy. Okay, we're probably gonna have to go into co-op then for the starfish that she needs. So she needs starfish, right? I think it's the same as the new Yelan. Anyways, yeah, Clorinde should be interesting. I did not get her on purpose, of course. I got her trying to get a single copy of Lanyan, and yep, that's what happened. I went to pity. I was willing to risk. I wasn't super bullish on wanting Clorinde or not, but I didn't hate the idea of having a new 5-star. Right? I didn't hate the idea of having Clorinde, and got a ka-ching. You know, the standard banner Clorinde, as it were. Really? I think, by the way, like, ka-ching is, or Clorinde is substantially better than ka-ching, in my opinion. Particularly if you have compelling overload team options for her nowadays, which you do have, most likely, if you have Shivers and you have, you know, Pyro Traveler or Muika. Pyro Traveler just being like a slightly poorer version of Muika for Clorinde teams, Clorinde overload teams. So anyways, point being, Clorinde should be pretty fun, I think. I tend to like Electro units, and we will be messing around with a couple different kinds of teams and ideas for her. Most of it just like the simple, obvious stuff, realistically. That's Clorinde's main problem in my mind, and why I never really cared about her, is like, she doesn't have that interesting of utility. It's possible she does in the future, though, because her unique aspect of just spamming normal attacks, like, faster than anyone else in the game, means she like, any ability in the game that says, like, triggers based on normal attacks. There might be future potential synergy with Clorinde in some form, right? And also, they seem to like releasing some units lately that don't do normal attacks. So, and she has other aspects, but yeah. We'll see how much I actually like her, because my initial impression of her was always just, she's not that interesting to play. Like, it's really weird trying to nail down why Arlecchino feels so much more engaging to play than Clorinde felt to me. And I think it just has to do with, like, the movement abilities being far more controlled on Arlecchino. Whereas, like, Clorinde is it's not even really a movement ability. She's moving on the field, but it's not really something you can use very easily on an intuitive level, but I think you can potentially use it. It's just hard with the auto-targeting system in the game. Not that Arlecchino is perfect with auto-targeting, but it's less bad than many characters. So, anyways, like I'm pointing this out because, like, they're both, you know, do a bunch of normal attack characters, right? But I tend to think that Arlecchino is much more engaging to play. And I think a lot of people, because of the fact that Arlecchino, yes, you can just do this. You can indeed. There are teams where you can just do this. I've played Arlecchino that way myself. One of the things I like about Arlecchino is that she can be played brain off. But there's also a lot of things you can do to, like, do better with Arlecchino that makes her engaging. Whereas Clorinde is just like, you just make sure you, like, to get used to it, I'm going to be, like, watching her bar. I should go into my account so I can explain this, but, you know, make sure she gets 3 stacks of her Bond of Life build up, and then you press her E, do 3 normal attacks again, press her E, do 3 normal attacks again. Like, it's always that. That's always her gameplay 100% of the time. If it's not that, it's because something went wrong, right? Whereas Arlecchino, I think, is more adaptable, so that's why I think I got that vibe. And I'm saying this because I'm curious to see, I should log on to the other account. because I am curious to see if that feeling will still be the case after I actually mess around with Clorinde at a bunch of different teams on my account now. Because before, my experience with messing around with Clorinde was on someone else's account. So, we'll see. We shall see. And it's just going to take a minute of leveling up things. I really want to talk about Lanyan more. So, actually, I don't know. You know, I'm probably going to make this into a short video. Do you guys want... So, after I did the math, and this was based on this account, actually. This is why, actually, Lanyan's active in this team, because I just was testing things. I was like, okay, I want C1 Lanyan on my main account, even with risking the fact that I've lost two 50-50s in a row on my main account, and I want to C1 Lanyan because, quite frankly, C1 Lanyan is a quite significant difference maker as far as how Lanyan will feel for the damage she deals for a quick swap DPS or just normal DPS playstyle. The C1 Lanyan is more important than I realized for the idea of DPSing her. Like, I wanted it originally, but mostly I wanted it because, like, I wish for Lanyan on my main account because I was hoping to get C2 Lanyan. Because, and I maintain this perspective that I think C2 Lanyan's biggest value is not, ooh, it makes her shield be 5 billion damage tankiness. It's that this makes her more able to be spec'd into DPS stats. Like, you can sacrifice some attack in favor of building other stats. And that could, like it incentivizes building her more for damage. But, like, I don't think C2 is actually necessary for that, because she can still shield pretty decently without C2, right? And I think C1 is what you actually want for DPSing her. I will show in the video how she works without C1, but... Anyways, potential 40k shield is funny though. No. So a C3 Lanyan can go up to like I did the like, what's the theoretical max that a Lanyan shield can do? And this is my point with this is how utterly excessive the C2 is in its most ideal situations. And one, you have to have normal attacks happening to refresh it, and then two, which isn't that big a deal in my opinion. Because other than characters like Yume Mizuki, you can just do a normal attack to try to refresh your shield durability. If that is necessary, even if it's not a team you normally do normal attacks in. But, point being, a C3 Lanyan with a crowned skill, to be clear, and when you element match, so let's say you're fighting an enemy dealing high pyro damage to you, and you get a pyro shield because... playing Lanyan with a Pyrian is going to be fairly common. Then that has 250% effectiveness. And if you have a 2k, and you're probably doing with Bennett, right? Because, Bennett, yay. And she will use whatever stat she has when you cast her skill. So assuming she's in Bennett's burst when you get the shield, she should have, an invested Bennett on my main account, right? If I had C3 Lanyan, which I don't, would have like 3,200 attack about. And that is a fairly high amount of attack at a baseline, which results in, with a level 13 skill, like a 20k shield at a baseline, right? And then you multiply that 20k times the 250% effectiveness if the element is matched, and then if you factor in the C2, the theoretical max is like 190,000. like C2 basically just makes her shield immortal. Outside of the context of a really heavy hits. There are instances of enemies doing like 15k damage to you that could break your shield potentially. But yeah, anyways. The reason I wanted her constellations though was that I wanted C1 because it's more fun. But anyways. And that's just because C1 just doubles her skill damage. It literally just doubles her skill damage. Yep. So, anyways, where is the fish? Hello, fish.
The threads of your fate.
All right. This account shouldn't take very long. 200 milliseconds of ping. Lovely. I love having EU account ping. Wonderful. All right. C6 or bust. Look, I have I'll spoil it. I have C1 Lanyan on my main account now. I'll go we'll double check with the, I'll just, you know, okay, I didn't edit it though. Okay, you know what? No, you can watch the short when I actually edit the. I don't even know what's going to turn it short. It was like 5 minutes of me being like, "This is stupid," but I've decided to do it anyways because I like Lanyan. Yeah, you'll see what the end result was. It was like getting a single copy of Lanyan is probably the literal most painful a 4-star has been for me, I will say. So, you know, yeah, well anyways, I'll give you the lowdown. What happened? Want to get on my main account. Stop distracting me. Where are we going? I know what I'm doing. I'm farming more for these. Kave flashbacks always worse than Kave. Because Kave was like 300 pulls to get 4 copies of Kave. Like, it illustrated how bad the rate of 4 stars is, but it wasn't insanely bad. Like, 300 pulls for 4 copies is pretty bad. What is that? Is that an average of 70 pulls? Yeah, that's like, you know, 75 pulls per. That's pretty bad. But it's like slightly over. It's like slightly on like the bottom end of the bell curve as far as like the what you'd expect, because what you'd expect is an average of like 1 in every 34, or is it? I think it's like 34, 35. So like about twice is the average is how unlucky the that was, right? Every 70 pulls to get a Kave. Thought this was supposed to be Clorinde. Yeah, I have other accounts, Aristotle. Hold your flipping horses. It's fine. I'm not getting whatever. Flap. Anyways, so you don't have Overload on you, which is annoying. Yeah, downside official. What I should just use. Should I just use Raiden on this account? It's official. Almost died. God freaking. She's still burning. What? Oh my god. Jesus. I hate this pop-up so much. Anyways. The food. Just heal the burning lady. Alright. You got C6 official on this account? On this account? No. Also, wow, thank you. No. This is a C1 official. So, yeah. Anyways. And one of the awful things about oh yeah, Arlecchino dies and she has an 800-year cooldown. Wonderful. Alright, sick. One of the awful things about not having an Ionic is that this is like, yeah, the damage increase, cool. Obviously is significant, but official, you can't change her targeted without C6. And that really sucks. Like, it really sucks. It really sucks. Anyways. Is that muscle memory of the Arla artifact domain? Probably, yeah. Just came to your attention that you had yet to subscribe. How dare you? Thank you. Alright, what was it? Oh yeah, so anyways, I'm not gonna spend that long here. I just want enough to I needed official first to get the button, whatever. Flap. Don't die. We're not gonna die. No. Please. Can your shield go away? Thank you. Yeah. I think I might just end up using Raiden for like overworld farming comfort in a Shevers team on this account, because like she actually ensures we get the Shevers buff on all the enemies. Like we just didn't get Shevers buff on those enemies easily. So official sucks before C6, kind of. It depends on the situation. I would say official does kind of suck in like a situation like that, in an AoE situation where I'd really prefer being able to control where official is targeting, right? Because like I put the official down there and it was targeting the enemy I was not hitting, and I was not getting res shred buffing right from Chevrolet on the enemy I was actually attacking. That's annoying. It's something you can work around though. Official can simultaneously still be a very good character pre C0 or pre C6, but also is more annoying to use. So, that's where she's at, in my opinion. But, like, if we just switch to Raiden... Raiden tenacity on formerly weapons only 2? I'm tempted. But I think for now, I'll just leave her here as a easy brain-off overload uptime enabler. Okay, is Yai and Arlecchino overload teams except official? I mean, if you don't have official C6, better, in my opinion. If you do official C6, potentially more of a side grade, but depends on the situation. I still think probably better in AoE. But it's not as simple. So, because the Yai has field time requirements that is higher than official, generally speaking. Wing. 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 Okay. Okay. Alright, close that. Alright. And then do artifact farming real quick. Lisa's burst. What about Lisa's burst? Why are we talking about Lisa? Lisa with Clorinde. Probably usable. Good luck bursting on Lisa solo Electro. Shouldn't be that hard. Just use Yelan and C2. Now that I have Clorinde, I could probably do burst spam with Clorinde. Clorinde, Lisa. I don't think this is that interesting, to be clear. I'd have to add another element in the team for it to be truly interesting. But for me, personally, sorry. I like reactions. Sue me. But anyways, devotion. Wow. I think. Oh, he's right. Wow, you know what? This is perfect for overworld farming. For exactly that reason. I can just flexibly use Raiden as need be. Alright. Anyways. So yeah, like Yelan and C2, Lisa, get Death Shred. And she's a... Actually, I don't know. How long does her burst animation take? Wow. I don't remember. Anyways. I don't think it's a super relevant use case, but yeah, you can do 10-second burst cooldown on, or 9-second technically, on Clorinde with Yelan and C2. So yeah, she's one of the potential burst spammy units. Plus she has a fun burst animation. I feel like my Arlecchino damage is too low here. I was running out of bottom line to be clear, but yeah. I feel like this Arlecchino gets much lower damage than I expected. It's hard to know why. Like, because of the fact that I've tested White Tassel on my main account, and like, it feels fine. It felt fine when I tested a C0 Arlecchino on my main account. So, I don't know. Anyways, like, is it really just like the difference that a C6 Bennett makes with a 12% damage bonus and higher attack buffing increase? Maybe. Maybe. You're just used to Caesar's Arlecchino. No, I'm not used to Caesar's Arlecchino. I've played a non-Caesar's Arlecchino for plenty of time on my main account. C1 might be skewing my experience with Arlecchino. But I'm specifically referencing back to when I have played with Arlecchino on White Tassel on my main account. And it's felt fine. I'm pretty sure I could go on my main account and put White Tassel on her, and it'd be like, oh, this feels fine. C1 obviously helps a bit there, though. So, I don't know. I think the Pyro Goblet, and not like attack versus Pyro Goblet, is making more of a perceptual difference than I thought. Like, I did the calcs, and this is equivalent basically to what I can get on a Pyro Goblet build in this account anyways, because of the circlet situation. If I get a good onset circlet, then I'm fine, I think. Then I can switch to a Pyro Goblet, and I should have like at least a 5% plus better build. But it's not like a 5% better would make it feel insanely impressive. But anyways. No, Shiver C6 does not really change rotations. This account only has C2 Shivers. What was it do? I was going to, oh yeah, I'm going to do what I just said. Blam, really? I can only do, okay. Nah. Free me. I'm not free, alright. I want to be freed from, yeah, whatever. Oh, well. Oh, well, alright, let's go do Clorinde things. Sorry for the wait. Did you get Sit Lolly on weapons only by any chance? No. We went to pity on Sit Lolly banner, but we got Diluc, and then we used that guarantee for Arlecchino. It would have been really nice to get Sit Lolly and Arlecchino, that's for sure. That's for sure. But we did not. And such is the life of gotching. Would it have been possible to get Sit Lolly and Arlecchino? Probably. Like, I probably, if I had really pushed myself to do it, I probably could have grinded to pity, gotten Sit Lolly, and then grinded to pity again, gotten Arlecchino. There's certainly enough undone on that account that would have been possible, but I did not, so is what it is. Are we good?
Anytime, any place.
We're gonna start with Shivers because I think it's very possible. So I tend to enjoy on-field Pyro DPSs with Shivers. The main unit I play with as an Electro DPS on-field is Raiden, including in my Hyper-Raiden team, and that's her build that she always stays on. Is her hybrid build on my main account here. So I will be comparing Raiden on this build in a Shivers team to Clorinde. Clorinde is not going to be level 90 today, but I don't think that it really is going to matter. It's not going to matter for Shivers teams, really. It's only like a, it's only going to be like a 2% DPS increase. Well, actually, it might be slightly more than 2% for her, minorly, but it won't matter that much. For aggravate teams, you might be like, oh, that matters a lot. I would say yes, but this is going to be a circumstance where I'm going to say, you know how, like, yes, and she might get, she's targeting, it's like, what, a 20% DPS increase? No, I don't even think it's 20%. It's probably like 15% DPS increase for her personal damage specifically for an aggravate team. The thing to keep in mind is that in basically every Clorinde team, she's not usually doing the majority of the team's damage. So even if level 90 is a significant increase for her, the entire team is doing damage in a way that, like, even if she's a 20% DPS increase from her in an aggravate team going from level 80 to level 90, that might only be a 5% DPS increase for the team. And one thing I notably want to point out is that because of the fact that I have C2 Nahida, I can basically get the experience with Clorinde in an aggravate team with Nahida. An aggravate Nahida Clorinde team, using C2 Nahida giving Death Shred, right? I can utilize that fact that will buff my Clorinde's damage enough to basically be equivalent or maybe a bit better, probably still a bit better than what a Clorinde level 90 with a not C2 Nahida would be, right? So my point is I don't think I have to level 90 my Clorinde today to get a meaningful approximation about what she will perform like for various reasons, both because of C2 Nahida, both because she does not deal the majority of the team's damage. Well, okay, she often does deal the majority of the team's damage, but it's like in the neighborhood of like she might do 50% of the team's damage approximately, right? So again, a 20% DPS upgrade to, and I don't even think it's 20%, but like a 20% DPS upgrade to a unit doing 50% of the team's damage is a 10% DPS upgrade, not a 20% DPS upgrade for the entire team. So anyways, for a Shivers team, it basically doesn't matter at all. So anyways, who do I want to use as the last slot? Generally a second Electro unit. Because one of the really nice things about a Clorinde Shivers team is that she can get really good DPS without Bennett. Like that's one of the biggest things about Clorinde in general, in my opinion, is this is a non-Bennett reliant character. Use Auron. Oh yeah, that's true. Auron probably is the best option. Technically Auron plus Mawika not being on scroll. But also, I think my official's better than my Auron. My Auron's kind of configured more of a reaction damage situation. If I use, okay, has that on him right now. Yeah, because I give LG to Farazan for Lanyan things. If I use Auron on an attack build, I think he perform not fundamentally different from official, but I think this is a case where official will perform meaningfully better, so we're going to actually stick to official, sorry. The benefit of Auron would be you could do like a normal Obsidian build on Mawika in this team to get her to have like a higher initial burst damage hit instead of doing scroll on Mawika like I have right now. But whatever, I'm just going to keep scrolling her. So, yeah. Anyways, Shivers is dead. What happened? Why did my police officer get murdered? Probably another police officer shot her. Let's be real. I'm sorry. Then look, I understand being a police officer is a dangerous job. It's I couldn't resist. Anyways, I already did my farming yesterday, actually at 5 a.m. for Lanyan because I was away testing Lanyan things. And, oh yeah, so the real quick, before we get into Clorinde farming, which, by the way, let's go target those. It is stars, right? Yeah, it is stars, okay. Oh, I need these too. Okay, I can craft some, thankfully. I also want to be able to level these to level 8 at least. Okay. Actually, I don't know. Well, do I level? I don't know. I know the skill is the priority over the burst. I'm trying to question, do I, like, level 9 the skill over bothering with the burst at all? If I could do that. I know I technically have enough to do level 9 and level 8 burst, I know. But anyways, also I don't have many of these, that's annoying. I already farmed this. I think I might level 9 this skill instead of bothering with the burst at all right now. Like, the burst is not no damage, it's like word leveling up a bit. And if I like Clorinde a lot, and especially if I really like doing, you know, the burst spam Clorinde team, I'll probably level it more in the future. But I think I'm going to level this skill to 9 in priority to that. As far as resource balances go. Anyways, target this. And I have no idea how many there are. I think there's like 70, so we're probably going to have to go into one person's co-op world very briefly. But anyways, real quick. So, I do have C1 Lanyan now. Like, as I said before, I'll talk about this more in depth, or hopefully more succinctly maybe, in my DPS Lanyan video. But I basically feel that to make true use of a quick swap DPS Lanyan to feel satisfying, you want this. Like, C0 Lanyan can do not 0 damage at C0, but not necessarily compelling enough to be worth speccing into, whereas like I think C1 makes it like, okay, it's actually a serious consideration for it being worth speccing into, because even in like a normal Lanyan context, because just sacrificing a little bit of attack, sacrificing a little bit of her shielding potential can get you some significant, like, really quick front-loaded damage, even in the context of like a normal supportive utility, like mostly defensive role. Like, she can do the Hazo. Hazo is probably the best comparison. So Hazo, right, with his full stacks, so you can. This is level 9. So what is this? it's like, is this 130% at level 10 or at level 13? We can check quick. Let's just go to Amber. So I can do a proper comparison here, I suppose. Hey, Joe. Do. Make the browser visible, I suppose, for use. Blam. And button. All right. That is not centered very well. All right, there we go. So yeah, 120%. Yeah, that's good. I checked. Good and overestimate, right? So 483%. We'll compare a level 13 Lanyon to a level 13 Hazo for the closest comparison at the highest investment level if you're considering doing damage on like these 4-star animo units, right? So this is like 483.5, 120% per stack. That goes to 4 stacks. So 120.9 times 4 plus 483.5 is 967% animo animo scaling, right? Attack animo scaling. Animo damage type, I mean. So the conviction damage bonus, how does that work again? Frick. It says 240% damage bonus? What? If it would cause the next heart strike to and have a larger AoE. Does that just multiply the multiplier? I don't remember. Is it literally just a 2.4 times multiplier on his base multiplier? Or is this... I don't know where this damage bonus is put in. I think that it's probably not a 2.5 times. I'm pretty sure this damage bonus is probably put into the damage bonus calculation. Which is weird. I forgot about that. So that makes things weird as far as comparing the multipliers. We'll just ignore that for now. And you know why I'm going to ignore it? Because Lanyon also has her own thing that muddies the multiplier comparison because of the fact that she has her EM scaling passive, okay? And yes, I know like Hazo C6 gives crit and whatever, right? I just want to compare the skill, right? The skill multiplier values. So Lanyon, so 1,000% on like Hazo, but he has the damage bonus, right? So it's functionally more than 1,000%. Lanyon, level 13 is 200%. It'd be like, okay, that's not even anywhere close. Except a C1 Lanyon, right? Her skill, this 200% multiplier, hits 6 times. And not only that, her passive hits an additional 6 times. And her passive, the converted elemental damage. So if you have Pyro, it'll be 6 instances of Pyro hits at half the scaling. So it'd be 100% scaling. So functionally, this is a 300% multiplier split between, you know, a third of it is the converted element damage. A 300% multiplier times 12. That's a lot. 300 times 12 is 3,600%. Plus the EM scaling. Yeah, this is why, and I did not realize this. Is the long and short of it. There's some things I did realize. I did not realize this when I initially recorded my Lanyon DPS video. My point with that is that in half those values, or less than half of those values, because that was a C3 Lanyon is what I was basically calculating there. But you know, half of that at C0 because she doesn't have the C1 doubling the instances of hits. So basically DPS Lanyon does close to double the damage at C1 versus C0. Does he read chat? No, of course not. Why would I read chat? That'd be stupid. Why would live streamers read chat? That's a nonsense idea. Anyways, let's go over real quick the pain though of what this took. I decided because of this, right? I wanted C1 Lanyon. That's my point. So I wanted a single copy of Lanyon. And if you've watched any of my streams recently, you probably know how I've like complained about how I did like 70 pulls on this banner and got a Clorinde. Hence the point of this stream today. Why we're doing this stream is because I got a Clorinde. So we'll go count the total number of pulls. I actually haven't counted the total number of pulls it took to get one copy of Lanyon. But I've gotten 3 5-stars in trying to get one copy of Lanyon. So yeah, I will say this was very lucky for me personally. I am actually extremely happy with the end result because I got my Clorinde and I got something else. So there's Lanyan. I was doing literal single pulls at 5 a.m. I told you it was at 5 a.m. So let's just keep on clicking until we see the not these banner pulls. Oh look. So I was on a 75-25 because I've had two 50-50 losses. So this was losing the 25-75, which is so only a 25% chance that happened. This was early, by the way, at 40 pity, and it was Dia of all characters. I was so happy. I was so happy that this happened. I was like, because it happened, and I was just like, well, it's a 75-25. I didn't see Radiance trigger, so this means I probably won the 50-50. Nope. I lost the 50-50 and I lost the Radiance check. So I've lost 3 50-50s in a row, which interestingly means my next 2 5-stars are guaranteed. So that's kind of interesting, and why Radiance is cool when you track things properly. Also, Radiance, by the way, it turns out works even weirder than expected. I have had to verify this information. This is based on like one comment I saw. Supposedly, instead of Radiance resetting, like so my next one is just the normal guarantee. But then my one after that is either a 50-50 win or a Radiance trigger. And then it was thought that it resets to 0, but supposedly, apparently, the Radiance trigger doesn't reset to 0. It resets to like 2. Whether I believe it resets to like 2 50-50 losses in a row, whether or not. If you triggered or if you do like your fourth, whatever the point is, after I get either Radiance trigger or win a 50-50, it resets the tracker to like 2 in a row. So that means I believe after I get my next 2 5-stars, the one after that is still a 75-25 apparently. Take this with a grain of salt. I haven't verified this information myself. I just saw someone talking about it on Reddit, the source of all valuable information. It's mostly a joke, but also sadly kind of true sometimes. I need to go look in depth into it to verify that's actually the case. Suppose there should be enough data to actually confirm that. That's why I'm leaning towards believing that person, because the person was saying too specific of information on how Radiance worked for them to just pull it out of their butt. So I'm pretty sure because of like how many people wished now, like particularly with Muika's release, we have enough data now to know that, I think. But what that kind of means is that the ideal circumstance, funnily enough, for Genshin with how Radiance works, if that is the case, if the Radiance doesn't reset your 50-50 loss tracker to 0 when you actually get the limited banner character without losing a 50-50, if it doesn't reset to 0, the ideal state is to be in this limbo state where you like instead of winning all your 50-50s, it might genuinely be better on average to like I shouldn't say better, but like a limbo state of losing some 50-50s and then like what happened to me, and then getting your Radiance trigger, and then it goes to like resets to 2 50-50 losses in a row, but that's a 75-25. And then like it keeps like having some amount of 50-50 loss luck might be better. Might actually be better, funnily enough, in a weird arse way. Like losing some initial 50-50s might be better for long-term luck if you manage to stay in this weird limbo state with Radiance or not. I don't think it really matters. It makes trying to think about how to track Radiance kind of nightmarish, I will say. But it also just makes Radiance even better. So it's fine. But also maybe that information is wrong, and maybe it does reset to 0 after you get the limited character. So anyways, in 6 months, none of your friends have seen a single Radiance, so that's fine. I still might not see Radiance with Sorio, right? Seeing the freaking animation isn't actually important. The system is still there and working. Because I have lost 3 50-50s in a row. I'll get my next guaranteed 5-star because I'm on a guarantee right now getting the Dia. And then my next one after that is guaranteed to be the character. And it's either going to be a 50-50 win where I won't see the animation, or it will, if it was a 50-50 loss, the animation will trigger. Either way, that would then reset the counter to either 0 or to 2, or maybe to something else. I don't freaking know exactly how it works. gonna have to look into it. I don't know. Point is, capturing radiance is even more complicated than we thought. Yay! But again, it's only of like benefit is that you get more limited 5 stars over time. It just seems to be implemented in an extremely convoluted way. Is what it is. So yeah, look at the double Chevreuse pull. I was like, oh my god, the amount of Chevreuses I've gotten now between all the banner Chevreuse has been on, it's been like, okay, this is just mean. So yeah, anyways, okay, this is more than I thought. Okay, there we go. I think. Wait, no. Oh, no. Okay, this is still the. When did the banner start? This was just. Okay, this was yes. Oh my god, this is how many polls I did yesterday. By the way, yes, I did spend money. I spent like, I did a $15 top up and I bought 3 Welkins. I spent $30 and like the Welkins just felt less bad than doing other top ups. I really didn't want to do top ups, but like, I was. Like, I just wanted a single copy of Lion, man. 6 months later, you still have no idea how capturing radiance works. If you lose 50-50s, multiple 50-50s in a row, you'll eventually be guaranteed to get the limited character. If you want the simple rundown, Nicola, if you've lost 3 50-50s in a row, your next 5-star after you use the guarantee. So, like, I have lost 3 50-50s in a row. I think it was like Jean, Kaching, now Dia to me. I'll use my next normal guarantee. After that, my character's guaranteed. That's the number one thing you should know. If you've had 3 in a row, your next one is guaranteed. There might be more nuance to it than that, but it seems to be convoluted enough. It's not worth knowing other than that 3 thing. 3 50-50 losses in a row. It's a pity system for your 50-50 losses, which is it's a really good system. The fact that they don't want to explain how it actually works is annoying. But anyways, then we just have to go back until I see. Oh yeah, duh. There's the Clorinde. Duh. My God. Okay. It took me more, and there's the Kaching. Yeah, the Clorinde was 7 pity. It took me so many more polls to do this than I would. Like, what in the frick, man? 121. I think. Okay, this is probably the first day of the banner. I think. My God. My God. Okay, there we go. That is obviously the Muika banner. It took me. I thought it was like 120 polls or 130 polls. It took me 150 polls. 150. For a single Wanyat. Bruh. Yeah, this is the worst I've ever had trying to get 4-star copies. 3 5-stars and 1 of the 4-star. My God. I'm glad I have it, but like, my God. And I would like C3 eventually, probably, because I think I will actually like keep Lanyan on a quick swap DPS build. That's how much I like it. But anyways, aren't 5 stars better? Not for me. Not when I wanted Lanyan. You want what you want from the banner. And the fact that they don't have any system to not get RNG for 4 stars is insane, because situations like this happen. It's actually insane. So, anyways, like the average is like 1 in 30 something polls. You should get you a Lanyan. Like on average, there are 150 polls. Should have given me 5 copies of, or 4 copies ish of Lanyan. I got 1 and 3 5-stars. My 5-star was slightly above average, but like especially with capturing radiance, it is really, really a poor decision to risk wishing like I did for that Dia. Like that Dia had a 75% chance of being another Clorinde when I got that 5-star, and that would have reset my capturing radiance to something. And if I had gotten Clorinde, if I hadn't gotten unlucky, but in the lucky way for me, this would be like it was a really, really bad risk to do that. I chose to do it because I wanted it anyways. I decided that C1 Lanyan was enough of worth the risk to me. Like I made that decision myself. But like, it's god awful how the 4-star system works in this game. It's actually awful. So anyways, let's go level Clorinde. Oh boy. Anyways, who's a Fontaine marker character? Wait, I think Clorinde is a marker character, isn't she? I think I learned this last stream. Yeah, alright, sick. That makes things easy. Oh, they're underwater, some of them. Oh, yay. Okay, I feel like I should go here first. So anyways. And that Clorinde team, is Yai better if you don't have C6 official? Probably. I suspect. But also still probably depends on the situation a little bit. I don't know. How many... Yeah, no, definitely. I'm like 90%. I don't know. So Yai, Clorinde, I think... Again, I don't know how... We'll see how the field time works out. If I end up getting a vibe for like there being some spare field time with Clorinde in this team, then the answer will probably be... Yes? I should have done official first, by the way, but whatever. Wow, all the numbers. That's Clorinde. Why did I do this? Brain. I mean... May as well. Look, I need them. I do need them, so may as well. When in Rome. Do Leyland mining. So, yes, this is C0 Clorinde. It was very, very close to being a C1 Clorinde. Anyways, having a gun, her range is kind of low. Yeah, indeed. She's a gun lady. I don't. I feel like this character would make so much more sense if she just actually used a sword. Like as far as the visual representation, but they're like, no, we want like bang bang sounds. Anyways, autopilot go burr. I mean, she requires like actually executing her combo normally, but her combo isn't that hard, obviously. Well, if you just brain off with Clorinde, she does perform, I think, meaningfully worse. All right. But yeah, the fact that the you know what is she called, like the master duelist? Don't hurt me. Let's read the master duelist or whatever, and she just uses a gun. I mean, gun beat sword. That's the lesson of Clorinde. Oh, you're taking me to the bugs. It's not where I want to be. I'll take them, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, does the fact that I have this guarantee now make me more tempted to just get Mizuki Z0? I don't know. Like, the fact that I can get the next 2 characters guaranteed. This is why rating is like a nice thing. But the next 2 characters being guaranteed makes planning out things for my next 2 5-stars really easy. Like, it's so nice. It's such a nice change of the game. C0 for Arena or C0 R1? C1. R1. Look, I've said before, Farina's signature weapon is garbage. I think Farina's signature weapon only starts to make sense with C4 Farina. I'm not kidding. Farina's #1 desirable stat is not crit, it's not HP, it's not damage bonus, it's ER. But if you always play Farina and Nubilet, maybe the factor's a little bit different for you. I don't know. You do you. I'm kind of sick of telling people not to get Farina's signature weapon. You mean having no gacha is better? Yeah, crazy. Crazy. I can actually plan 75 pulls. Like, I could reasonably do, you know, my next 2 5-star wishing videos is what does $0 get me, and probably get the character because of this. Which is sick. And also, the fact that I do kind of want to do this right now. I'm surprised I never managed to do that, because I did. Actually, no. This area I didn't do as much water exploration, yeah. But no, let's not get too distracted. You know, I will put a marker here, though. Press chest. That is not how you spell chest, but good enough. Alright. Oh, yes, there's a bunch of starfish on that, isn't there? I remember. So yeah, the Radiance change is like such a nice change. They fixed the 5-star 50/50 losing pain problem right? Which realistically they implemented because they probably had enough data that they knew like people were just quitting the game after losing too many 50-50s in a row. Because it just feels awful, right? If you just have a bad luck streak for like 8 months in a row of losing 5, 6 50-50s in a row, it feels god-awful, right? And it's how you get easily burned out on gotchas. So like it's a really smart implementation in my opinion. Convoluted a little bit, but still smart how they implemented it. And assuming it works as is theorized, well, actually not assuming, like it's we know the one thing we know 100% for sure is that it is not possible to lose more than 3 50-50s in a row. Although watch me be the first circumstance of that. If for your wishes since 5.0, by the way, it doesn't track your wishes pre 5.0. Yes, wait till 5.5 to use Elixir. They should add Radiance to Star Rail and Zenless. I mean, Star Rail has the thing where for some reason on the wishing, when you're wishing, the limited banner unit is the theory is that it's also included in the standard banner pool, so that functionally Star Rail's like gotcha rates are actually 55-45. So the average like over time circumstance of like how many limited 5-stars you get in Star Rail versus Genshin is basically similar, but I still think Genshin's is a lot better implementation because of the fact that you can track it and utilize it to your own strength for planning, whereas you can't plan around the Star Rail implementation. But Star Rail's functional number of like average over time is not fundamentally different. They're technically just different implementations, whether Star Rails was intentional or not. They're functionally just different implementations of a 55% chance to get the limited unit, right? But Zenless is actually a 50-50 right now, so I agree. Zenless, it would be really nice. I had 4 or 5, maybe 6. I don't know. I had a lot of 50-50. I think I was at 5 50-50 losses in a row until I won my 50-50 for Astra. I won 2 out of 9 50-50s in Zenless. Which just feels bad. Especially because I have temptation to get a lot of Zenless characters. But oh well. Boy, the starfish are a little bit annoying underwater, aren't they? Yoink. Alright. You never win above 50 pity on Star Rail? Well, ain't you special? I mean, if you look, what beats all else in gacha games is if you just get lucky enough to always get earlies, you really don't have to care that much about 50-50 losses or wins. Because if you just always get earlies, that reduces the average number of pulls you need so much. Like getting earlies, particularly getting earlies early into pity, not earlies at 75 pity, or not 75, earlies at 65 pity, right? If you actually get earlies, you know, in the 0 to 50 pity range, because you just get that lucky, then that is definitely still better than anything else. But yoink. Oop, oh, no. Don't. Okay. Did not want to go to prison. I wish after you completed the prison quest, they didn't, like, try to do that. Anyways. Although, I almost flew straight into that. We still need to go up. It's been a long time since this is probably like I'm just targeting whatever ones it tells me to target, right? So it's probably, oh my god, it's probably not very efficient to do starfish this way. But maybe, I don't know, it seems like it's fine. It's being like reasonable in which ones it's telling me to go to. If it tells me to go back down, then that's not ideal. That I just went past. Where is this one? Oh, there it is. Alright, yoink. Yeah, there we go. Nope. Yeah, okay, that was actually, it worked well. Yeah, they implemented this system for tracking things quite well. It would just be nice if they expanded it to other items. It's been one of the, like, best changes Genshin has added in a long time. especially compared to all their other changes that are like questionable as far as quality of life. What the frick were they thinking? It just blows my mind. Anyways, yoink. Where? There it is. I just saw it pop up, but I didn't even see where it was. That's why I struggled there. Anyways. Dude.
I've been waiting.
Oh, we needed to kill these. I maybe should have been killing those. Ow! I maybe should have been killing those underwater. I should have also activated kit. You're stuck. You're stuck in the water. Alright. Stop freezing me! Oh my god. Get out of the freaking water.
Into the shadows.
Alright. Wow. What in the world? I have a lot of Bond of Life. Can you purposely stack more Bond of Life to heal more with her? No, I'm not sure. I think you can, right?
Please appreciate my
I also keep doing that. I need to do official first into Liga. Can you stop? Did I just do another ley line? I think I did another ley line. Oh. You know what? I'm doing this because I need either Pyro Traveler materials or level 90 Lanyon. I really want a level 90 Lanyon. She's fun enough to me that I want a level 90 her. There's not nearly as compelling reasons to level 90 her as many other characters though, so I don't think I'm going to right now. But it's a likely thing I will do eventually. Anyways. Outside healing helps her Bond of Light. I see. Okay. I walked too far. Tips for farming artifacts. Understand. I mean, as far as difficulty and domains go, that depends on the domain if that's your problem. But don't undervalue non-crit substats. ER is the best stat in the game until it's not. And then attack percent, EM, all still good stats, and often like the differentiator in what makes the best artifacts on your account over time will not be how much crit they have. It will be usually if they have crit in conjunction with other relevant stats, right? Like a 50 crit value piece, like basically the most crit value you can possibly have on an artifact, is easily possible to be worse if it's like a 50 crit value piece with 2 defense stats and the other 2 stats in the piece, because there can be 4 stats, versus a 40 CV piece that has 2 attack percent rolls and an EM roll, right? Or I shouldn't say it's worse per se, but it's similar, right? People get way too focused on crit value, and I use that as an extreme example of illustrating the point of people underestimating the value of other stats, and how at the highest investment levels it's not really crit, it's the other stats that potentially matter. What is CV? 2 times crit rate plus crit damage. It's a shorthand measurement which is not very helpful at evaluating the damage quality of an artifact, but you should go by roll value or stat value instead, and roll value just use whatever. I'm going the wrong direction. You should use whatever online tools that show it for you. You don't need to try to calculate that yourself. I want some underwater again. Alright. You blame Zayax. I mean, I blame early Genshin community for overvaluing crit. To be clear, crit was more relevant in early Genshin, and it's a bit less relevant now. Because there's so many more options in the game for different kinds of teams that do damage in different ways. It is all it is. Okay. Alright, we're here. Genshin's GG. Genshin GG's tier list? You mean the website? I haven't looked on that in forever. Oh my god. Hopefully Genshin.gg. Tier list. Okay, let's see. Okay.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinions do not matter. For when I draw my blade, I am but an instrument of Fontaine's law.
C6 being noted here is kind of stupid. Like Kuki, I'd say yes, can deserve to be in here, but also the fact that we're the ever living hell of shivers. Okay. All right. All right, you're a joke, Genshin GG. Did they wait? Shenhe was in A. Yeah, Shenhe was in A, and Shivers was in B. Oh god, tier lists like that are. I'm sorry. Tier lists, in my opinion, only have value if you like go in depth on your logic and personal reasoning. Like they're all influenced by personal bias, and them trying to be like, oh, like I don't know if their solution was, oh, we surveyed 100 people and did the average, but like that just makes it valueless, in my opinion. I think it's only valuable from like a personal perspective. Did I see Zajeff's clean shave? No, is it Zajeff's shave? What? Is he streaming now? Where is he? Or where is he? Where's my browser? There's my browser. Is he streaming now?
I've faced
Holy crap.
in my duels. Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered.
Look at my boy.
Instructor for plus 120.
I have nothing else to do.
You could, but the ER requirements are harsh if you do.
His face so clean. Wow. Wow.
What's up, Sona?
Hi. I need to go back to my stream. I was told you shaved and had 2C. Looks nice. All right. Anyways, he does look younger. Oops, I didn't close it. Oops, I just closed it. Well, I'd close the tier list too. Oh well. Did I see Jello Impact's tier list? No. I mean that. Again, like, if it's a personal tier list, I think it's great. Like, because explaining your personal reasoning and like why you rank things is like exactly where the value is of like adding in your perspective to the conversation. It's these like tier lists that act like they're universal recommendations that I think are potentially damaging. I keep on doing this wrong, by the way. It doesn't matter in Overworld, but it's a bad habit to have. But yeah, it's these tier lists where like you Google Genshin tier list and get the Genshin.gg tier list, and like you start like you like people end up using that as like a framework to judge like how they think about characters, right? And what characters to pull for, when it's like, I think it's the wrong approach. I completely think it's the wrong approach to like go look at a tier list to decide how relevant it is to pull or build for a certain character. So, anyways, you shouldn't give Moika ER, buddy. All right, if you say so. Really? I like how she didn't... Really? Really? You didn't crit? I know it's 65% crit rate, but like... generate fab. The whole point was to generate a fab particle. There we go. See? It's valuable. That's how you make Moika better. Make her generate energy. You should make a tier list. I mean, it's tempting. It is tempting. Why is this... What? Why is this dotted? It's underground? Oh. Okay. Fab Moika at level 1 burst. Let's go. Yeah. Yoink. But yeah, I don't know. If we have time later, let me Jello. I by the way, I intend to make my I intend to make a 5-star tier list. eventually. And then I will probably make an overall tier list eventually, but also it's like weird. So I'll eventually, because it's, you know, I say it's an easy thing to do. It's actually not that easy, I think, to make tier list videos for me, because I yap too much. So editing them is annoying. But anyways, what's over here? 2 more that I missed. Okay. It's my favorite to play in Zenless. I think it's probably. I like Soldier 11, Jane, and Miyabi, all for different reasons. They're my 3 go-tos. Where? Oh wait, this is a sticker. My brain. Oh, my brain. That was not. How tanky? Oh, I was not sure how tanky this was, and I got excited for a second. I was like, wait, level 100 mech could be good enemy to fight for damage dummy? Nope. Nope. Sad. Alright, what if you don't edit instead of streaming? I don't know. Sorry, I tend towards edited content for content that I think could make a good edited video. Could I do more tier lists in live stream? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways. Too shallow. How? What? Okay. Yoink. Wait, I like how it didn't target the one over here. Like, okay. Would it target this one later? Probably would. Apparently I haven't opened that yet, which is annoying. There's probably one more starfish in there. How do I open it? Right here? Oh, just a button. Never mind. I thought it was like quest locked or something. Alright. Yeah, there's another starfish here. I wasn't pointing it to it. How dare it? How dare it? Anyways. I'll say this much about Clorinde. She's as strong as C6 Kaching. I mean, Kaching doesn't get that much strength from her constellations. Of course, I missed one thing over there. Alright. Wasn't there more underground here, like in this area? I feel like there's more down here. I'm gonna go check while I'm down here. But yeah. Should I get Yume Mizuki? Now that I have a guarantee. Like, I'll be able to get to Pity without having to spend money on it. Now that not only that I have a guarantee, but I have a guarantee plus another guarantee after that. Like, the main reason to get her, in my mind, is to ensure that I am free to choose Dia in the selector in like September, August, whenever the anniversary is. That's my main reason I think I would actually want to try to pull Mizuki. Is that so that I don't later have to decide in the selector to choose to get Mizuki. She's standard, please no. Standard doesn't, like, you know how long it's been since I got a Dia copy? Like, C2 Dia was the standard banner selector in 5.0. I don't remember when I got the last Dia copy I got. It's been a long time. And I just got another one. And I'm happy about that. But, like, my point is, they do not assume that if you want Mizuki, and, like, I'm a content creator, so I wanted her for potentially content reasons. But, like, do not assume you are going to get Yume Mizuki anytime soon if you don't wish on her banner. I'm not saying it's worth wishing on her banner, but if you want her, the banner is the best chance you have at actually getting her. If you already have funny ideas, I'd say go for it. I mean, I have some ideas that are interesting, and I think, like, her ability to get big swirl damage is interesting. But the problem is her gameplay is just so, like, it's press E and move around. That's her gameplay. I just... I don't know. energy in this team. Is it something you can do? Yeah, I don't know. I think Muika is a good enough character for supportive utility that you could consider putting Fav on her just for other units. Anyways, is she just a better Sucrose? Of course there's more down there. The answer is kind of, but no. Because Sucrose has better team flexibility and more generic, like, buffing utility. Whereas Mizuki is just a weird on-fielder. Like, and part of the problem right now, I would say, particularly with Mizuki for me, is, like, I really like the idea of, like, quick swap, low field time DPS Lanyan. And, like, a Lanyan is a more interesting unit to do on field as an animo catalyst than as far as, like, how her gameplay is, looks visually and feels, I don't know, like Mizuki is just the epitome of press the buttons to activate your character's abilities, and then, yep, you're good. Then let the damage happen. That's basically what it is. Like, and I think it would just get really boring, right? Is ultimately where it lay. The window didn't pop up. All right. What does it mean? She buffs swirl damage. She buffs swirl damage. It means she increases swirl damage. like her swirls will probably be like twice as. No, yeah, I think it's fairly fair to say. We'll just keep it simple and fair to, like, she can get like twice the swirl damage other animal units can. And like she has weird aspects in that she technically, when she's in her special skill state, buffs the swirl damage of all units on the team, but there's not. Oh god, I just went into the freaking fortress. There's not that insanely of compelling. Wait. Okay. There's not that insanely of compelling reasons to do like an off-field animo in conjunction with her, but technically you could do Mizuki and Kazuha together, and she would increase Kazuha's swirl damage too. But I don't know. Who's Mizuki? The character coming out in a few days. So I don't know. It's just a temptation for me because like I like getting and improving the bad characters are still more than usable, and Mizuki is definitely more than usable. She just requires. She's not the unit dealing the majority of the team damage, but she requires some level of investment into your off-fielders, as long as they are off-fielders that work without normal attacks. And then she suffers from like the problem of you can't really control. Like if you could control getting consistent like reactions, like if you could specifically try to get like vaporizes and melts off of like her pyro cryo swirls, for example, and hydro swirls, sorry, then
Into the shadows.
you know, I don't know how fast this really is compared to other options, but it's fun. Anyways, I forgot she did that, or she could do that for Overworld movement. But anyways, like I don't think Mizuki is very good, and she requires investment into your non-normal attack dealing units or normal attack additional synergy units. Like the fact that she does like C6 official, right, wants normal attacks to get a lot of additional value out of official. But that she can't normal attack means C6 official's an anti-synergy with her. That's just like, or not an anti-synergy. That's the wrong statement. Just there's no synergy. There's no. You're using a non-C6 official, even if you have C6 official when you're using official with Mizuki. But yeah, the getting not being able to like consistently get swirls to trigger reactions, like particularly melts, vaporizes, those big scaling reactions. Like you could theoretically get like 50k plus hits on a swirl with Mizuki's kit. If you do, why am I walking? Also, where is this freaking starfish? Is it glued to the wall up? No. Like, what? Where is it? Like, it should be like right here. No? Is it up above? I swear to God, if it's above. I don't know. I can't see. Oh, it does have a little up arrow. Is that, or is that an up arrow or something? It has. Oh my God. All right. Above is a beetle. Yeah, you're probably correct. So get the freaking beetle. Oh, I want that. Get the beetle, but. Anyways, it's not a beetle. Where? No, it is a beetle. Okay, okay. Alright, over here. Alright, there we go. Quite annoying. Yeah, so like if you get your vaporizes, forward melts, or reverse vaporizes, reverse melts on, you know, that's not the right one either. On Mizuki consistently, that'd be interesting. The only circumstance you're really going to have that happen is in AoE situations, and it's going to be hard because of how Genshin's like targeting system and whatever works. It's like going even in AoE situations, it's going to be hard to do that consistently. I think like one thing that Jeff pointed out is in like the hypothetical reality where Mizuki C1 is better than we expected it is going to be. You could theoretically do some really pain in the arse setups with Mizuki C1 and get like 700k damage, 700k swirl hits from Mizuki, but that is almost like assuredly not how it works. And that could be worth the pain in the arse it is to set up those things. But yeah, I don't know. There's like no consistency with which you can get really high damage output out of Mizuki, even though you could theoretically get fairly high damage output. It's just because of how the game's targeting system and how application works, that it's unlikely you are going to see much more than like Mizuki's damage contribution just being what her base swirl damage is, with maybe some teams getting a little bit of extra damage value out of her, like from triggering some aggravates or some random additional reactions, is where she sits. That is a great burst animation. Is this the best burst animation in the game? That's the real question. I mean, obviously everyone's going to have their own personal bias towards liking the burst animation of their favorite characters. But, like Clorinde is not my favorite character. But I do kind of feel like it might be one of the better burst animations in the game. It's pretty cool. So lollies is just like funny. I mean, also all four. We'll ignore 4 stars because all 4 stars have better burst animations than 5 stars. Nope, I'm not gonna take it back. I mean, Arlecchino's is pretty great too. Arlecchino's, you know, snap is too good. Yours is pretty decent, but nothing amazing. I will say, you know what, they haven't been doing that great with burst animations with Natlan. I didn't think about that. I don't like your burst animation. Yours is like enjoyable, but I also think it lasts way too long, and it's actually one of the downsides of Sila's kit. Is she's very much burst reliant, and that burst animation is long, and yeah. Farina's is good, yeah. I feel like, yeah, Fontaine is where their best burst animations were. Like, Nuvulet's is pretty great, too. I like Risley's. You know what? Yeah, I'll say it. I think Clorinde has the best burst animation in the game. I think it's Clorinde and Arlecchino. They have I would rank them very similarly. Dia? I mean, I like Dia's burst animation, but I don't know if I call it best in the game. Not really that close, even, honestly. Sadly. Natlan, Natlan is the region of skill-based damage, I guess, yeah. The fact that she can heal doing this in Overworld, I think, yeah. Like that right there, I think makes her one of the more compelling characters for so many people in this game. The fact that she just, you know, heals herself like that without having to use a separate healer. It's also why like she can be used with Farina without another healer. Although usually I think you still want another healer with her. Yeah, free food. She can only heal in battle. Oh wait, really? Oh, so that was because I was only in combat. No, you were wrong. Never mind. You were wrong. She can heal out of combat. All right. Yeah, it's a much more convenient heal for like overworld utility than Arlecchino for sure. Was that all the stars? Oh, okay. I feel like we didn't collect that many, but I guess I got distracted yapping. Yeah, we definitely get what? Oh frick. Okay, we'll do that. Hold please. So what am I current rate gonna be at? We're gonna be at like 70% crit rate, which means 90% crit rate. Yeah, my build will have 90% crit rate. Cool. Cool. I'm happy with that. Mostly just using this weapon obviously as a crit stat stick. I theoretically could have a better weapon in the form of this, but like I need pretty specific different artifacts I think to make true use of it, and I'm pretty sure this weapon is just my best option. I know it looks ugly, but you also just you don't see it. I mean, okay, you do, but like she has way too much purple effects going on for you to freaking notice it. I just don't care. I don't care about the anti-drip on Clorinde at all. Anyways. What did I come here? Oh yeah. Flap. You. Still don't understand why Layla's in there. Alright, did I already get these? I did not. Okay. I mean, I have 10,000, you know, I am going to buy all these. I have 10,000 Stardust. I think I'm fine. Unironically, one of the privileges of, you know, buying Battle Pass and Welkins is that you, generally speaking, will accrue this over time. Enough that you can be more free to do things like this on occasion. It's obviously just a laziness thing, though. But anyways. Wait, did I just buy slime? I think I just bought slime by accident. Should just gone back to this. Why did I just buy slime? Look, they look the same, okay? Like, forgive me. Great. Really needed that 90 slime. Oh boy. Alright. Anyways, convert all these. Look. I gave you a chance, Zugros. I'm not giving you another chance. I think I can convert all these, right? Dory gives more? No. When you're crafting large numbers, the 10% should be better. It just RNG screws you sometimes, and it feels like all the time. Yeah, I only need big materials, so like let's just convert them all. You know what? We'll give you one more freaking chance, Sucrose, okay? One more chance, Sucrose. Whoops. Please. All right. Okay. You need the 10%. You gave me 0 last time with the freaking 50 I just made. So like, I expect at least 8 as an apology. I wish to remove. I would like to delete you from this list, lady. All right, I am. Yeah, I am fully on the train of screw the 10% chance, even if it's statistically better. Way too often it's just too RNG because it's too low of a base rate. Whereas like the Dory value, the 25% refund of the base material value is just so much more consistent. You can actually rely on it somewhat to get extra things. Like I just got screwed there, whereas I would have gotten more from Dory, almost assuredly, just because it's less RNG. Anyways, whatever. Not Sucro's bench. It's still like Sucro's kid, but like Sucro's benched for crafting duty. Anyways.
Thank you for
Nope. Claim these. Blam. All right. Okay. Ascend. Blam. I went and, by the way, I was looking at what my situation was like for... How many do I need? I need 13 more. Alright, I gotta join someone's world to get 13 things. Level this to 8. What? Alright. Let's go craft one of these. Go into someone's world quick. Farm those XP books. Yeah, I need to go spend. I should have been spending more time in the Leyline mines the last couple weeks than I have been, but I was farming artifacts mostly because I needed artifacts just to like level up my Lanyan pieces and whatever. And then, funnily enough, it turns out, I'll be honest, that was kind of pointless because I'm like 90% certain I'm just gonna like end up like I wanted Lanyan to be on her own, dedicated, just a generic supportive DP, like just no crit stat, just have attack, shielder build, but then I am like 90% certain I actually want to basically leave her accessible to use my DPS artifacts. So you can see I basically yoinked all of my Chaska artifacts. So Chaska's holding Lanyan's previous artifacts. So it turns out that like 2 weeks of artifact farming for like getting Lanyan pieces and whatever built up, mostly pointless. Because I'm just gonna make her be on a crit build most of the time anyways. Oh well. Is what it is. Anyways, it means it's XP for the future, I guess. I can go and fodder those artifacts, and then 3 weeks later find a reason I wanted those anyways. I don't know. What are we doing? Claiming our wish. Oh yeah, what I was saying. Standard wishes. I was looking at like what my pity is. One thing I kind of want to do, and I still kind of want to do this. Like, I think I'd rather like get a guaranteed Yumi Mizuki from, you know, her banner, and then what I kind of would like to do next version maybe, so maybe I'll do a grinding stream. I'm pretty sure if I grind like a little bit of like, I hate the idea of this because it's Sumeru. Sumeru exploration, ew. But I'm at, where am I at? I think I'm at like 40 something pity, like close to 50. Yeah, I'm at 48 pity, 49. And hey, an early 4-star. Maybe I should have saved it because it could have been a Lanyan. That's a Layla. I actually probably should save it for next patch, just literally for the purpose of Lanyan being on the... Lanyan's like the main 4-star. I'd probably want dupes of from Standard Banner at this point in time. So yeah, Layla won't leave me alone. So, anyways, point being, Lanyan... Or not Lanyan, the Standard Banner. The Standard Banner 5-star pool is going to be diluted to different characters after Mizuki is added to Standard Banner, right? So, if I want to have a slightly higher chance of getting a Dia copy from Standard Banner, I want to get to Pity on Standard Banner before Mizuki drops into Standard Banner, which is in version 5.5. So, I might grind. Like, I think all I'd have to do is grind a few standard wishes, because I'll get, you know... I'll get 10 wishes next patch from the monthly reset and the battle pass, right? And then I think I could get a couple standard wishes here, and then a couple standard wishes in the Sumeru tree. Like, what am I at? I don't remember exactly. This is quite fun, I must admit. Like, that is fun. Yeah, not very close. I need to anyway, like if I'm gonna go to the here, I could probably go to level 43, right? I could probably get to level 43 without it being too bad to do that, right? Like get 4 wishes there theoretically. Get where's Sumeru tree? People call that boring. What boring? The spamming E to travel forward? I think it's one of the more fun things to do. Or one of the more fun utilities for Clorinde on top of her other just healing, comfort, simple utility for Overworld, but anyways. Ton of Mora and Wits. Yeah, like I need to explore in general for Mora and Heroes Wits. Like exactly. Like there's reasons for me to explore other than just standard wishes. But it could be a motivator, I guess, at least. Like, it's nice to have exploration motivators, have a goal in mind, right? For me, at least. Oh, I was literally 1 level away. That's why I remember the Sumeru tree. So, like, theoretically, I don't think it'd be that hard to get, like, 4 wishes from here, 4 wishes from Fontaine. So that's 8 wishes. So we're at 18 total next patch. So that would put me at, I'm at like 50 right now. So that would put me at like 67 technically. So I need to get like another 8 wishes on top of that. And be like, okay, that doesn't seem very feasible. Except, like, level characters. And I'm already planning to level you and you. So like, 3 or 6 out of my 8 would be these 2 units. So, give me more in Chenyu Vale. I've already gotten the Chenyu Vale wishes. So yeah, I don't know. We might do grinding streams next patch is my point, to get to pity before Mizuki's added to standard banner for the low chance of getting, so the slightly higher chance in version 5.4 versus in 5.5 and onwards of getting Dia. And notably, I think, be a lot more likely to get a character next time, because I think I got a weapon last time. It's not guaranteed. Yeah, I got an Amos bow. What did I get before the Amos bow? I think it was a Chi-Chi. How long has it been since a character? Jesus. Actually, maybe. Oh, that'd be. Oh no, it was a character. Okay. Interestingly, by the way, one of the weird features of standard banner is if I do get a weapon at pity, the standard banner is, if I recall, guaranteed to give you a character every 200, a character and a weapon every 225 pulls. So if you've gotten 225 pulls, you will get, like, since 225 pulls since it's Kaching, I'd get a character, which is interesting. So that means if my next 5-star is not a character, I would then get a character in like another 20 pulls after that, I think, right? Because this is like 100 and this is about 150 from that. And if I get like 25 more wishes to get to pity, yeah. So another 50 wishes after. So I would get a pseudo guaranteed early from that. But anyways, that I'm probably not going to get 75 wishes on standard banner. That seems unlikely. But trying to get to pity at least, I think is worthwhile. And I would like to get a Dia copy. It would make me so happy if next patch I could get a C4 Dia. Because that, like, getting a C4 Dia, I need to go into co-op in someone's world. Getting a C4 Dia would, Arlecchino's home and so is her weapon. Nice, congrats. So getting a C4 Dia would make me very happy, because that means, like, C6 is an actual reality to happen soon. Rather than, like, oh, it's going to take Chronicle Banner for me to be able to get C6 Dia, right? So, anyways, hello. Hi. I have come to steal your starfish. Yoink? Wait, that's a wink. Not a yoink. Same difference. Okay. Thank you. Alright. We only need like 13. So this should not take that long. There's 4 there. There's 6 there. Alright. It's not marking the ones in the middle, but there's like 4 there. Let's just go get these first though. If you get 2 weapons and characters guaranteed, if you get 2 characters and weapon is guaranteed. No, so that's like a simple rule of thumb that comes from the 225 wish thing, right? Because 225 wishes is 3 pities. I think what it actually, if I recall, what it actually is 225 wishes. It's not guaranteed. I mean, well, it functionally results in it being guaranteed to be two then the next one. But if you get a bunch of earlies, right? If you get 2 Chi-Chis back to back in the same 10 pull, your next 5-star could still be and you got a weapon like 75 wishes before that Chi-Chi, your next 5-star could still be a weapon. Or sorry, still be a character. Because it hadn't been 225 pulls since. But I think there is, I don't think anyone knows exactly how it works, by the way. And it seems to be there is still some kind of system that pushes towards alternating which type of 5-stars you get on standard banner. But the only thing that is in my recollection, like what I recall, the only thing that is known for sure is that every like 200 whatever wishes, you're guaranteed to get a character and a weapon on the banner. So But I'm fairly certain it is possible to get more than 3 in a row of character weapons if you get earlies. By the way, did I only pick up one thing there? What? All right. How fun is Navi to play? I don't think she's very fun. I don't mind that I got her. I find her fun, like good to have as an option for when people want to see Navi at things. If it's not obvious, I've never tended towards playing her as a default choice, being that I have many other choices for units in the game, which is fine. It's just not my preference. But I don't find her gameplay that interesting. I'm quite annoyed like by the fact that I heavily feel that Navia should have had more range on her gun. And it like that's the #1 thing that after playing Navia on my account that I ended up feeling like, and why I on top of like how bad it feels to not crit on her, but like a 75 crit rate build did not feel like it was enough to me because her gameplay experience was too inconsistent. She's your favorite Geo battery. Her quick swap potential, she's still interesting as far as like her quick swap potential goes. Like doing Arlecchino, Navia, Yelan, and Bennett was definitely a pretty fun team. If I had gotten Navia earlier on into my experience playing Genshin, it's very likely she would be one of my go-tos. I feel like maybe is like my perspective on it. Like I'd be very willing to like work around the annoyances of some of her kits kind of aspects, and I would enjoy it. But I just have so many other options that I formed my own preferences that I don't personally get that much enjoyment out of it. But yeah, you know, if you like unit that is get big number and has fairly flexible different kinds of team options, and is a Geo unit not reliant on mono Geo, well, no, not basically no Geo unit is reliant on mono Geo anymore. I'm sorry. Mono Geo is barely a real thing. I don't know. She's pretty decent. She's perfectly fine. she's a fairly balanced unit. But I don't really like Navia's gameplay that often. I don't actively hate playing her, but I also don't actively have a desire to play her that often. And that's where it's at. Furina's C1 or C2 worth it for a free-to-play? I'll probably make another video close to when Furina's banner is coming up or when it's up. It depends on if I keep track of things properly. Sometimes the new banners sneak up on me in the patch. The second banners. The answer is it depends. Free-to-play doesn't mean anything other than you don't spend money. Other than, like, you know, you should be smarter with your decisions. Is it a valuable enough constellation to be worthwhile for your free-to-play pulse? Potentially. What the frick is this one? But not universally. If you don't understand why Furina C1 or C2 would be valuable to you, in my opinion, the answer is probably no. Yeah. So, Furina C1 being that, you know, increasing her max buff potential, but also notably making sure you get a buff right away at the start of the rotation when you use her burst, not having to wait for it, is quite significant, and we're all done. Nice. Oh, I got way more than I needed. Alright. Ascend. 69.8 baseline. Tempted, but not going to. I'd rather level 90 Pyro Traveler, Lanyon. Yada yada. Alright. Alright. Thank you. Have some veggies. Can I click the button? There we go. Leave. Alright. Does Clorinde have more Electro application than C4 Beto? 2 targets. That's a weird comparison because, like, Beto's Electro application when in AoE is pretty good. But, like, Clorinde doesn't do AoE, right? So you're comparing a single target Electro applier to an AoE Electro applier. As far as, like, total units applied, I think Clorinde probably still applies more. But again, you're comparing, she's doing that in single target, whereas, like, so you you could say like Beto versus Clorinde in an AoE situation, you should double the count, I guess, of total Electro application from Beto is probably how you should treat it. But also, like, how much is that actually relevant in a given situation, right? How much do you actually need that? I don't know. It depends on the exact team, it depends on the enemy, right? Shields matter. So often this game is what's the shield on the enemy? The IC2 worth it? I like IC2 for the range upgrade and whatnot. What did she say in the desert? I like IC2. I feel the range upgrade more than I felt. Oh yeah, I was gonna go do this. Oh, I didn't even craft the thing. God dang it. But IC2 is not that significant of an increase in aggravate teams, and I think most people tend to probably play aggravate with Yai. I haven't played aggravate Yai that much for quite a while, actually. I used to a lot, but lately I've mostly been playing Yai in like electro charged and overload teams, shivers teams, where her C2 damage increase does more relative value because just her baseline scaling, which is what C2 increases for her damage, matters more. Can I try the Yai version? Yeah, I can try the Yai version, but it's in a like I don't know, like Yai is never going to I shouldn't say never, but like usually Yai is not doing the vast majority of the team's damage, or if she is doing the a high majority of the team's damage, it probably isn't all coming from her skill, notably. So like it just isn't worth it. Is objectively what I would say. But if you really like Yai, will you potentially notice the range upgrade? Maybe, yeah. I don't really regret it because of how much I like Yai. But was it worth it? No. We gotta go to this, yeah. This. And I'll just use that one. We have similar amounts, it's fine. Alright. And that's expensive. Down to 3.6 million Mora. So yeah, Clorinde probably ate a good 2 million plus Mora from me. Wonderful. Alright. Let's go. Let's first we'll just do a quick test against these enemies. Try to see how like Yai feels. I mean what the and Clorinde has, what did she have like downtime? She's like 8 seconds of skill downtime. I mean, like with Mabika burst animation, official shivers, like you probably have time. Like relative, like it's probably not that significant of a difference maker, but like if I'm using official here, right, and I'm having my cooldown come back without, I'm gonna rearrange the team so I rotate this properly. If I have my cooldown up, like if I'm doing official, Muika EQ, Shivers hold E into Clorinde, and my cooldown is always back, then Yai is just going to extend the rotation time. That's not ideal. So, I don't know, right? Her ult is 2 seconds. Yeah, the ult is a factor too, yeah, on Clorinde. My Clorinde build actually, by the way, I think has a bit heavy ER. Like that wasn't intentional. I just happened to have ER stats on my pieces. So like, it's just where she has ER. Which is interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, this was not a good rotation test. I think it's technically better, by the way, to do your ult after her skill. And, yep, this enemy is not strong enough to actually test anything. Oh well, that's fine. Anyways, let's go test against an actual enemy. We can probably knock back the capybara, right? That wrong area. I can't play fast enough to have a downtime. Yeah, so I think Yai is probably just worse than official C6 because of that in a single target scenario. In an AoE scenario, that might change things a little bit, because Yai giving guaranteed AoE value has nuance that might result in faster clear times, but in an overload team that's not usually relevant, and maybe could be a downside in some ways. Level 90 is a big difference for her, not in overload teams as it isn't. And in aggravate teams, which I will test with Clorinde, I will be using Nahi to C2 probably, which will basically uplift my level 80 Clorinde's damage to what a level 90 would be, if not higher. So, yeah. Anyways. Jello Impact says that Oron is their best Electro off-field. That's cool. That's cool. Jello Impact probably wasn't factoring the fact that I personally have Muika C1. Jello Impact probably wasn't factoring the fact that my Oron build is not a full attack focus build. And Jello Impact probably is not factoring it. Well, okay, I mean, Fischl has their own, like, range issues potentially, but, like, I don't know. Oron Taunt has value. Jello Impact might have been factoring in Oron being on scroll and Muika not being on scroll. I prefer to just have Muika on scroll. If you have Muika on scroll, the scroll buff that Oron gives isn't that relevant, right? Like, I'm not saying that Oron is a bad unit here. I think he's good. And if I had C6, it's probably Oron would be better than Fischl here, I think. I do have C5 Oron because I got a lucky standard banner Oron a couple weeks ago. So, like, eventually, maybe. But I don't know, we can compare. It's probably going to result in extremely similar clear times if I actually change Oron's build around to a, particularly if I use Elegy, because, you know, I do have Elegy. I suspect Oron may result in potentially very similar, if not faster clear times, right? So, yeah. Oron doesn't look as good as Fischl, yeah. There you go. Why did I do that?
Shoot on sight. Ready.
I cannot see the capybara. Where in the world is it? Oh, it's up in the air. Okay.
Let's ride.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. Muika's burst wasn't quite back there as the, what I would say is the ideal time. I thought I was on Clorinde. This character not having a lock on. Oh my god, we almost just got nuked. This character not having a lock on makes her a little bit disorienting to play. Camera wise, with like where enemies are doing. Oh, that was dumb. Okay, see the minor. The minor cooldown issues there with like waiting for Muika means there is potential room for Yai here. I would say. So yeah. God, freaking Outlands. Get out of here. Get this freaking Phlogiston out of here. Stop with the Natlan auto switch. Does that stop the auto switch? I don't even know what it does. I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. But whatever. At least the Phlogiston won't screw things up. I don't know. Ugh. I wish I could turn that off. I hate the Natlan auto switch thing. It makes things so much more annoying to test in that Natlan. If you dare use Natlan units in Natlan. Oh, wonderful. All right. So we'll throw Yai in here. Let's see. I suspect it will feel fairly similar. Ultimately, I think the bigger problem is like trying to figure out the time to fit in Yai's burst. Might be weird, but yeah. This is a C2 Yai, and like Yai is doing more damage than probably what is this? 20 to like it's probably like a 15% damage upgrade overall in this team. Oh my god! Stop. Does it? Oh, I was trying to switch to you. I don't think that lines up, does it? No, it definitely doesn't. Can you get knocked back, please? Alright, good, he did. Also, I know the energy situation is not ideal. Am I getting over? Yeah, I think I kind of am getting my burst back into some still. Yeah, I think like optimal rotations in this team. I didn't hold E, my bad. I think optimal rotations in this team probably just don't Yai burst. I think that felt stronger to me. I would say we could test into Abyss and see how like clear times are against the what's it called? Hamster. That would be probably a better comparison to test against. You should burst before skill for Clorinde. I didn't have my burst available, Spicy Toasty. So also, I'm pretty sure it actually is technically better to burst after, if I recall. But it also doesn't really matter, is what my understanding is. It's like very minor differences. Testing the 3 for 2Es, I'll pass right now. I mean, the Jeffers team can probably take care of this team in particular, but I don't feel like dealing with that. My bad. No, I know. It was just funny. It's just funny you mentioned that. It's like, I didn't have my burst stuff, so I couldn't possibly have done that. It's one of the nice things about Clorinde, is like, I don't think it really matters. It's just like, press burst when burst available. And if you have a build, like this build in this team obviously is pretty much able to burst consistently, which is good. That's a cool thing. It's a benefit of having these ER stats, right? But I think likely you might have a Clorinde build that might not burst consistently, and that might actually give you more flexibility to do something like Yai burst, right? In these rotations. So I don't know. We can compare official to Yai, C2 Yai specifically. And to be clear, it's like a really good official build too, though. Like R3 Harp. This is an extremely good official build. So extremely good high investment official build to a very good C2 Yai build. I don't know. But let's see Oleron quick, and then let's switch to, want to do some electrocharge teams, and we can see aggravate quick. If we're doing aggravate, also we should try Emily burning. That's on my list. I want to try. So let me actually jot it down to make sure. So Emily, Clorinde. We can also try, I guess, the superconduct somethings. Electrocharge. And then some aggravate. So aggravate and Chevr's teams being her main, meta Clorinde teams, of course. Benefit of having scroll, a benefit of having scroll on Overworld and Moika is we can kind of order this however we dang well please. we can brain off more with this, I guess. But anyways.
Light it up! Pyroclastic surge!
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Drop your weapon! And roll it. Shoot on sight. Ready.
I'm glad Clorinde get targeted in the air, because I can't. Alright, what?
Go! You're free!
Light of the blazing sun! Final warning! Loaded.
No, I got my burst back right in the awkward time after I activated my skill. Oops. No, I think I
Time to testify.
bungled that a little bit. I think I should have gotten another hit there.
Tell me what you see.
Burn it down! Pyroclastic surge! You
I didn't have to do that.
Ready.
Oh, okay.
Shoot on sight.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the I team killed in fewer rotations. But yeah, notable thing is like,
Into the shadows.
I have C1 Moika, right? And one of the benefits of doing Oleron with Moika in Clorinde Overload team is you, these are all very strong teams. I want to emphasize, and like, yes, it's C6 Chevers, but you could emulate versions of those teams without C6 Chevers, like without, Oleron C0, Moika C0, non-C6 Chevers would still be a very good team. Yeah, I think the I team killed it in the fewest rotations, which is interesting. So I think the I team was stronger, but again, if we remove my C1 Moika, right, and we remove my C2 Yai, that's probably not the case, right? So, especially in context of, like, theoretically in this team, leaving Aura on Scroll, putting Moika on Obsidian Codex to increase her initial burst hit, or putting Moika on even, like, 4-piece, what's it called? 4-piece Golden Troop. that could be an option, too. So, yeah, or I don't know, Gilded Dreams, maybe. I don't know, it'd be funny. So, yeah. Set is Shivers on. She's on Song of Days Past, which in this team, I think Noblesse is probably better in this team. Although, I think that might depend, actually. Let's see what happens. Like, what total attack stat do I get to on Clorinde? And Yai versus Fischl versus Oron doesn't matter here. Oh, I didn't put Oron in Elegy. You know what? Can I cancel this? No, I can't. Not until it started. No. Yeah, I can. There we go. Okay. Let me put Oron in Elegy. I forgot to do that. Also, I forgot to change Oron. I forgot to put Oron on Elegy. So, you know, as far as showing high investment things versus high investment things, I should have done that. I forgot. I also should have put him on an attack time piece to give him the most chance possible. Attack. Well, I think I will keep that for now. Sure, let's just keep things simple. Do that. Yeah, there we go. A pretty good Oron build. Yep. Very healthy amount of crit. Elegy. Plenty of ER. Right, okay. So, I forgot to do that. Alright, so this will be a better comparison. This, I think, with the Elegy build, could end up competing. I'm going to do... First, real quick here, I'm just going to do... I'm not going to activate Oron, because I want to see what my attack buff is without the Elegy buff up. Okay, I will actually do this.
Rise with the sun, light as a blazing sun.
I need to trigger an overload. Alright. 2,500? That's less than I expected. Did I get the attack buff up? I feel like I didn't get the attack buff up probably from Shivers. Maybe it is accurate, I don't know. I guess, well, she was at like 2,200 baseline. I could have just done the math on this, I guess. 2,200 at the baseline plus Shivers 40% times 855. 400 or 40% times. Okay. I mean, 85 times 4 is what it is. I can math. 300, yeah, no, that's accurate. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Never mind. For some reason I expected more. I don't know why. I could have sworn that I did like some calcs or something, and I thought I was going to be at like 2,700. But maybe I'm mixing up with some other calcs I did a while ago. I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. The reason I was asking was whether or not she was towards 3k, because 3k is where the cap is for this passive. And if she was at that cap, I think Song of Days Past might be better on her, on Shivers, than Noblesse. But because of the fact that we don't have another Noblesse user on the team, putting Moika on Noblesse, putting Shivers on Noblesse, actually, that might be the way to maximize Clorinde's damage, is keep her on Song of Days Past and put Moika on Noblesse. I don't think I have good enough crit substats in my Noblesse artifacts to do that. But that would be kind of funny. I mean, I have that. Okay, that's pretty good. Wait, I have a freaking Noblesse Pyro Goblet. That's on my Dia. Oh. Never mind. I think I might have the artifacts for this. Depending on my flower situation. My feather flower situation is not great, though. I don't think I have a relevant attack time piece either. I don't know. I think you could do it. I don't think it actually technically makes sense, but... Alright, 20% burst damage on map? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyways, let's just see what the Oron situation works like here. Get her healed, otherwise she might get one shot. Yeah, see what the Oron situation works like, because I think that could be interesting. It might. I don't know. Like it was not that far away from beating the Capybara in 3 rotations, like the Yai team was, right? I think the Yai team took 3 rotations. So if elegy is enough, if elegy and an attack build on Oron is enough to beat in 3 rotations, that means, you know, Oron could be similar to Yai, a higher investment Yai, and probably faster rotations too. So, well, the faster rotations might not really matter with the cooldown limits of Muika and Clorinde, whatever. So, anyways, Sans lost when she's in this supporting role. Yes. Muika should be on attack timepiece in this team. I keep her on EM because I have a very healthy amount of attack, regardless, in my opinion, with her signature weapon and whatever. And I have her C1, which gives her basically a timepiece worth of attack. So basically, Muika's damage here should have an attack timepiece, and she's doing the same damage as C0 Muika would do with her weapon. Is basically what it is if I had an attack timepiece on. So I basically have deleted C1, but it's just also not that on purpose. It's just out of sheer convenience.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Light it up.
Slight have to wait a little bit.
Stop right there. Time to testify. Into the shadows.
No, I think it's gonna take the same amount of time.
What you see?
Rise to the sun. Wrath from the sky. Drop your weapon.
Also, apparently, I mean, the official team was definitely the most comfortable as far as getting energy back consistently. Who knew official generate a lot of energy? Huh? Oh, it was so close to killing in 3 rotations. So, a high investment Yai is better than a high investment Oron. Anyways. Why isn't she the trigger? I mean, okay, Muika is getting extra overload damage from the EM, yes. If she is triggering overloads, which I assume she is. I assume we have enough electro application where Muika's the one doing the overloads there. But let's do Yai one more time to confirm. Oron C6? No. If Oron was C6, I think it would have been basically equivalent there, if not better. Because, yeah, 30% attack buffs. Good. Yai. Alright.
Whatever would you do without me?
For what it's worth, I could have put Fischl on LG too. That might have actually been better. But I don't feel like reconfiguring Fischl's build around that.
Emerge right now.
Light it up. Pyroclastic surge.
Why'd I do that?
Moving.
I'm not starting with my first set, so maybe not the best comparison.
Time to testify.
It'll be fine though.
Right here. Emerge right now.
Full throttle. Light of the blazing sun. Final warning.
You know, I just realized one thing that's causing some potential variability here, but might be why Yai is getting faster results. Is for some reason, no, I don't think that really, I don't know. It can, well, no, I don't know, maybe it is. So like that feels like notably stronger than Oron, like I'm pretty sure. Even Oron C6 I think this would be worse than. But I think we might be seeing what I was thinking is like, is he taking more fall damage with Yai than he is with Oron official? I assume not, because like Muika and Clorinde are causing enough overloads to like ping pong it in the air. But I don't know. It definitely seems to be much faster, which is interesting. And like, I'm assuming with the same investment Yai build, right? This is 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack, and like, yeah, C2 is increasing her damage. Because we get the level 4 multiplier versus the level 3 multiplier. It's 40% additional attack scaling. So we're talking like a 15 to 20% increase. But I'm pretty sure if we lower Yai's damage by 15 to 20%, this team would still be meaningfully better, I'd assume. But C1 Muika is the... my point is, I think C1 Muika is the confounding factor as far as why Yai might be feeling better here. Because we are getting more value from Muika here than we would if we didn't have C1. Right? But not like incredibly more necessarily, so I don't know. Am I hitting it right now? Okay, it just took 600,000 falling damage.
Shoot on sight. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Let's ride. Light up a blazing sky. Drop your weapon.
Into the shadows.
Like, we're killing in like 2.5 rotations, I think. Compared to like almost killing in 3 with Auron. That's what it seemed like. Auron's strength is AoE? Yeah. But I don't think Clorinde's Overload strength is AoE. So, you know, Auron good, Fischl good, Yai good. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't struggle to clear with any of these variants with different Electro units. That's my end conclusion. And yes, you can play without Muika, by the way. Muika is just by far the most convenient one, and like Pyro Traveler is, I think, the second best option for Clorinde. I believe. And I wonder, do you do tap skill or do you hold skill in Pyro Traveler? You probably do hold skill. Because the frequency doesn't... Yeah, being 3 hit is fine. And it's a little bit higher damage. But maybe you just do tap skill because it's a slightly shorter animation. I don't know. Anyways, the Pyro Traveler should just be a worse version of Muika for this team. If I had Pyro Traveler properly... Actually, I don't know. Can I... Do you guys want to see Pyro Traveler here instead of Muika? I've been intending, screw it, I'll just do this now. I've been intending to level them, anyways. Do that at least. I'm not gonna level 9 of them right now because I want to 100% commit to that. But, have you done an aggravate team? No, I'm almost done testing Overload. Other than we'll maybe check Overload. Oh, let me jot a note down. Overload, check Yai versus other Electros. Clear times. Because the hamster will actually give us a timer to compare to, but it's pretty obviously better, at least here. I hate that this shows it doesn't really matter here. I do have C5, I think. Yeah, I have C5. Okay. I don't have talents leveled though, so like this is not going to be a proper comparison. Is my point, no matter what I do because of talents. No, you're not too late for electric charge. I'm going to do electric charge next, I think, actually. So, I don't know. Is there a reason to test? Like, it's not going to be a proper comparison. I feel like you have to have at least decently invested Pyro Traveler to compare Pyro Traveler to Muika here, especially as C1 Muika. Like, it's just going to be quite a lot worse, obviously. But Pyro Traveler does have, like, not insignificant damage contribution, right? With their hold skill and their burst activation. They can hold scroll, right? So you can do... Or you don't even have to hold scroll. Like, if you're doing Auron Pyro Traveler, I think Auron Pyro Traveler, Chevreuse, is definitely an interesting option. Put Auron on scroll, sorry. Put Traveler on, like, Emblem or something. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, do we do Emblem? I don't know if you do. But, just... I can test the functioning of it, yes. Like I could test Pyro Traveler right now with this. So like sure, I can let me show Pyro Traveler functioning, I guess. They're on Deepwood, yes, but whatever, we'll just use let's try Auron. Because I think an Auron Pyro Traveler is an interesting lower investment Chevreuse variant. Where are they? There they are, okay. Blam. I wasn't used to them being level 80. You need energy. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll get energy up and then we'll retry.
Farewell. Stop right there.
Yay. Emblem Traveler. Yeah, their burst hit is like 1,000% multiplier. So and you have to build energy on them. So if you don't need scroll, and then they have energy needs, and 2-piece scroll doesn't work on them unless they're with another Natlan unit, which is stupid. So, I mean, obviously they are with another Natlan unit here, but Oron's also a replaceable unit in this team. So, anyways, I don't know. The idea is like use Oron on scroll, and then Traveler could be on emblem or another artifact set to get the most damage value out of them, if the damage bonus is unnecessary, right? Hold, I guess. And damage.
Time to testify. Loaded.
Go all the way over there. Okay. Do I really not have enough energy? Okay, I guess that's incredible. Traveler energy. Oh boy.
Hunt them down. Ready.
It is definitely VFX mess with the with this character. There we go. Okay. Slam.
Time to say hello. Time to testify.
Funnel. Ow. Well. Yeah. I mean, with an invested Pyro Traveler, I'm pretty sure we could clear in 4 rotations. Which, this is an extremely tanky enemy, right? Why am I in that menu? Does this guy read chat? Are you just trolling, Egax? Or are you actually, like, going to ask the same question again and ignore what I said before? Let's heal them, I guess. C6 Bennett, override shout. No. Anyways, let's do electrocharge things. All right, so I think one of the most compelling things about Clorinde electrocharge is because electrocharge has a problem where, like, Farina can be a very desirable unit for electrocharge, but then you need a healer, and then oftentimes having to force a healer usually means, like, say using Jean, for example, is probably the most common one people would use. And that's a downside, because, yeah, it it just is a downside. You could use a more, like, better buffing unit, right? You could use Kazuha, you could use as your animal. Use Kazuha, you could use my brain, Sucrose. You could use, oh, and notably, you could use Lanyan. And Lanyan is an interesting example, in particular for Clorinde. Not necessarily in that she, well, no, she should be, like, pretty freaking good, because whatever. But the most important reason I think Lanyan is relevant for, like, electrocharge Clorinde is the event weapon. This weapon, Calamity Veshu, right? For something like an Overload team, using this weapon would require probably using Toma, I guess, and that's really not ideal in the, like, or do we have an Electro Shielder? We do, right? Do we? Wait, do we? Do we have an Electro Shielder? Beto, yeah, Beto, yeah. So, I don't know, right? Either way, like, it's, like, Beto was going to be a worse option. Lanyan, but actually no. Yes, unfortunately that doesn't work for Shivers teams. So anyways, like, I think making Calamity Veshu work in a Shivers team is awkward, because, like, you're sacrificing some form of compelling unit. You're sacrificing not having, you know, a compelling damage dealer like Yai or Fischl, or Oron, who is both damage dealer and, you know, buffing option. So in favor of Beto, just to enable this weapon. But for electrocharge teams with Lanyan's existence, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna use Lanyan. I think I'm gonna do. I don't know. Should I? I can do Lanyan. I mean, we can do Lanyan. We can at least show Lanyan. With whatever. Kirara. No, we're doing Electric Charge right now. Can we throw Dendro in an Electric Charge team? Yeah. I mean, we could throw Kirara in here and it would do something. It would turn into a Quick Bloom team, I suppose. Speaking of, actually, I have found in Electro Charge teams, ER versus EM timepiece on Oron is relatively similar. Like I have basically not noticed, and therefore I prefer the EM timepiece because it has a little bit better crit that I have available, better crit balance. So that's the main reason. And I think balancing his stats between attack and ER is a little bit better. So, anyways, using Lanyan like on Thrilling Tales or like a Sucrose on Thrilling Tales would be probably the most compelling option here. And you know what? Actually, I'm gonna test Sucrose because I don't need the shield for Calamity of Eshu because I'm not using it. And I think I'd rather test how much I get interrupted, I guess. Anyway, we'll see how bad it is. We'll test against the Capybara here, right? Because we're not doing Overload anymore. I don't think we probably are gonna get knocked back, and that's gonna hurt. So let's show the value of defensive utility. But I don't know. Lanyan I think is a very compelling option for something like Overload Clorinde. Let's make sure we put Thrilling Tales on her. Obviously Sacrifice is good to keep more EM, but I want to do Thrilling Tales just for buffing Clorinde, of course. Alright. We're going to have to wait a little bit for Thrilling Tales to reset. But yeah, we'll just do Furina into Oron, into Sucrose Swirl, into Clorinde. I mean, that's pretty much it. Shelonen? I mean, yeah, Shelonen could be a easy brain-off option. Yes. Shelonen does work in Electro Charge teams, because Red Shred, go Burr, but Animo units can have higher potential. So, anyways. No heal? Clorinde is the healer. I also have C2 Furina, which helps things, but so Clorinde's healing with Furina is interesting because Furina gives a little bit of damage bonus, right? And her healing, when you have at least 3 stacks, which you hopefully are doing, well, 104% is fine. It's not the end of the world if you only have 2 stacks, but 110% of her bond of life, right? So the healing multiplier is 110% of her bond of life. And normally this means she only heals like 10% of her HP, right? Because 100% of bond of life clears the bond of life because you need healing to clear bond of life, right? And then 10% means that extra 10% is just healing for Clorinde, which means it's like, oh, she's not healing that much. She's a bad healer for Furina. Except Furina gives healing bonus, right? So this 110% is multiplied by like, we'll say 1.25. So instead it's the equivalent of 1.25, or sorry, 110 times 1.25 is like 150% of her bond of life functionally. So that means she's getting a 50% HP heal. Not exactly 50% because Furina has a build-up, to be clear, in her damage bonus. So you're getting a big heal, though, is the point. You're getting actually a significant heal with Furina and Clorinde together. And then you should likely end up be triggering, ideally, Furina's A4 passive, which is, sorry, not her A4, her A1 passive, which means when you overheal your on-field unit, you start healing other off-field units. Now, is it perfectly ideal? With a C0 Furina, are you going to max out her damage bonus this way? Probably not. But I think with a C1 Furina or a C2 Furina, C2 Furina obviously is completely fine. So anyways, I won't be able to, I have C2, so I won't be able to properly test like how the damage bonus buildup is, but you can almost assuredly find plenty of footage of people that play Clorinde and Furina together in general, not just in an Electro Charge team. And it does work, right? So you could try it with Nahida on Prototype Amber 2. Yeah, you could do things like that. Yeah, use like Clorinde, Furina, Nahida, Visual probably still, like, right, an Aggravate team, but with Furina in the mix. So that'd be a Quick Bloom team, generally speaking. And Nahida and Prototype Amber will help, balance out your team-wide healing too. Yeah. So, anyways, Attack Goblin because of the damage bonus. Honestly, you might be right. Yeah. I I don't have an attack goblet. I'm using an onset goblet, so I mean I have an attack goblet. It's just this would have to level up a lot into crit rate. I don't think attack versus electro is going to be that much better, but you might be right. Attack goblet very well might be better here. It could be possible. I'm actually gonna get a little bit of bonus from the Light of Foliar passive here from Sucrose EM buff, which is nice. Blam. Do this. Yep. As I said, Capybara is butthole, and defensive utility nice sometimes. Is there that many enemies in the game that will instantaneously one-shot you if you don't knock them back with heavy attacks? No. There are not that many enemies in the game that do that. We should probably go to the Abyss, honestly, at this point, for future teams. I just came to the Capybara because I knew Overload teams would be fine with it. So, you know what? Let's just go to the Abyss. To showcase things. Actually, we'll go... Here, let me heal Clorinde. Well, I'll at least show Lanyan, because maybe can Lanyan shield? This is a non C4 Lanyan, or non C2 Lanyan, too. But I also think this thing is doing like physical damage, right? So Lanyan doesn't get any like type advantage here, I don't think. But let's see. Lanyan.
Let's hit the town.
So she should just be objectively worse as far as damage goes for Clorinde here, but living is good. Did I just leave? I think I just left. Oops. I accidentally scrolled. I have Haran, which I stole from Ayato for Clorinde. Is the free-to-play craftable better? No, Haran should be better, I'm fairly certain. But it kind of depends on your artifacts, because she gets 40% crit rate for free, right? So... like with Ascension and she'll be at 24% crit rate but as baseline with Ascension, and then her passive gives her an additional 20%. So she's at 45% baseline crit rate, which means like you add this on top of it, and yeah, with my artifacts it's not ideal at all. But it depends on your artifacts. It's going to push you towards prioritizing attack percent, crit damage, maybe EM substats in your artifacts, and less crit rate substats, potentially. So as long as you know what to look for, have the artifacts for it, Light of Foliar, Aya's weapon should be better, probably. Don't have energy. Don't like that. There we go, okay. Don't start doing anything yet. Please. Ugh. Did I switch to Thrilling Tales? I did. Okay, good.
Dancing in the wind.
Shoot on sight. Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
How? Farina, god dang it. Well, still died between rotation, but, you know, I don't know. The damage still works. We'll go into Abyss. Did not die. I apologize for my earlier troll comment. It was not funny and was uncalled for. I mean, I think if you do it once, it's fine, but if you do it multiple times later, it becomes a little bit annoying when it isn't that clear that you're getting a funny reaction for it. I don't know. Yeah. I like me some trolling. I'm not gonna ban you or anything. That'd be a bit silly. But a dude thing, the way you were trolling there probably didn't land very well. Egax, or whatever your name was. Egax. All right. Let's just go to the Abyss. Easier to test things here. What did Capybara do? It charges at you and does like 5 quadrillion damage. Like it literally one-shots through like the tank, like the no, it wouldn't. Yeah, it one-shots everything, including if you have a shield. So, Clorinde conclusion, yeah. No, I mean I've already I mean look, Chevr's teams were very good. One thing we're going to compare in Abyss here, I forgot to go compare against the Capybara, is I want to compare Clorinde Overload to Raiden Overload. Because she might become, like notably, she might become my preferred Electro on-viewer for Overload, or Chevr's Overload teams. It doesn't mean necessarily I'm going to always want to, play Clorinde Overload versus, like, I don't know, Arlecchino Overload. But it being a very compelling non-Bennett team option is nice. And, like, maybe I want to do hybrid Raiden, right, on one side. I want to do Raiden, Farina, Bennett on one side, right? That hybrid Raiden. And then I can do Clorinde Overload on the other side, right? Something like that. Like, this might be one of the reasons I end up using Clorinde over time, kind of thing, versus Raiden in this same team format, kind of thing. But anyways, let's actually we'll go compare Raiden versus whatever later. But I want to do some more electro charge things first. God freaking okay. Well, since Lanion still has TDDS, we'll test TDDS first. Clorinde Overload teams are not, or Clorinde's Superconduct teams, Clorinde Electro Charge teams are not as good as Clorinde Overload teams or Aggravate teams on paper or in practice, I believe. But Electro Charge has its own value because maybe you just need that, types of elements for shredding shields. Or shredding papilla. Like, it might, Clorinde Electro Charge might be better at dealing with the papilla shields than the other options. Although Clorinde does so many fast, rapid hits that I don't know if that will matter that much, I guess. Like, I think Clorinde Overload with Fischl probably works pretty well, too. I suspect it's probably one of the best Overload teams to bring to the papilla. Either types. So, anyways, point is, I ultimately think if this reaches like a decent damage threshold, does it really matter? If the damage is good enough, does it really matter? I don't think it does, because all it means, in my opinion, is, hey, you have more team options, and more team options is good. I'm riding up the hamster. That is extremely annoying, I'll be honest.
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
Time to testify.
We don't have Pyro here, obviously, to deal the damage to it with this thing, with this team. So that makes this thing get... It's more tanky than it would be if we had Pyro in the team. Yep. That's my bad. But yeah, Clorinde is definitely one of the best characters in the game for dealing with the Papilla Shield, as far as an on-fielder goes, because the Papilla Shield just wants a lot of hits of rapid damage, and Clorinde's teams also tend to be built around having some amount of off-fielders that are also doing like a bunch of hits of damage potentially, notably Fischl. So like, yeah, Clorinde Fischl, probably one of the best default ways to ever deal with Papilla Shield.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Shoot on sight.
Can I go behind it and like not ride up his belly? Oh, okay. I think I bungled and missed my skill hit there or whatever. I think the benefit of doing that is I do have some carryover energy here, or carryover Bond of Life for the burst, because I think the burst deals more damage with Bond of Life. Or does it not? I'm not 100% sure. Attacking the balls here is really annoying. It's just like a waste of time. I really, really wish we could control the targeting in this game. Like, I don't hate the mechanic with the fruits it spawns in this enemy. I just hate that we can't control where it's frickin' targeting.
Into the shadows.
Oh, I got scared, but I forgot I had Lanyan shield. But it just, yeah, that was my bad.
Time to say hello.
Overworld. Shoot on sight. Loaded.
Yeah, for a non-pyro team, that's pretty good. Like that enemy, right? We didn't get any extra damage from the fruits, and that enemy has, I think, 3.7 million HP. Be clear, again, high investment on Farina, whatever, right? But like that was, what was that? A minute and 25. So if I recall about the HP, so divided by 85, that was 43.5k DPS. To be clear, it's probably going to be a lot higher in Jever's teams. Is it that amazingly strong? No, but it also could be better in other ways than something like a Shever's team for being more comfortable to play, let alone the element coverage relative to specific enemy types kind of thing. So, should lunge between the pew pew, just spam pew pew to break the papilla shield. Should you lunge? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, I think you should still lunge, because when you do Clorinde's lunge, she does a bunch of instances of hits. I'm pretty sure you should still do the lunge hit, rather than spamming normal attacks with the papilla shield, but maybe we can check that. I guess, you know what, let's just check that quick with whatever. Here, we'll do an overload team on the second side. Actually, real quick, you know what? Okay, let's finish the overload comparisons real quick before we do that, and we'll go take an overload team to the second side and see how they do against the papilla shield. But yeah, you get 3 hits per E-cast, yes. So let's compare. Yeah, let's do a Raiden. This is a Hyper-Raiden, to be clear. The Hyper-Raiden is the build I like to leave her on. I'm well aware that for an overload team, you should put Raiden on a different build, whatever. So I'm gonna do this. And by the way, this does not work without C1 Muika, because Clorinde builds Fighting Spirit on Muika, so you can get Muika's burst back even without another Natlan unit. With Raiden, you cannot. So if you want to do C0 Muika with Raiden in an overload team, you'd have to like use Oron instead of Bennett, for example, which is lame. But this is what I want to compare it to, because normally if I was going to do Raiden Overload, I would do Raiden Overload with Bennett and Xiangling in the past, and one of the reasons I got C1 Muika was so I could basically always have her replace Xiangling, even in contexts like this one where Muika C0 wouldn't work. It's why I wanted Muika C1. What? I swear to God, I switched to Shivers there. Whatever. Yeah, I forgot that my Raiden does not have the ideal energy for an overload team. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, well, if I had burst back, I think it'd be dead. We'll just say a minute. We'll just say about a minute. Now we'll try the what from the Capybara. We'll try what felt like the strongest one first. With Yai, I really like non-Bennett overload teams the most. So, and like Raiden with. Actually, you know, I guess for a point of comparison, do Raiden again real quick, and Fischl should solve the energy issues too. So let's do a non-Bennett Raiden overload team. But yeah, Raiden without Bennett does a bit less damage. So yeah. Really? Wow, official solved the energy problem. Crazy.
Phantasmical.
Pyroclastic surge. Final warning.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Let's see, 128k versus I think we were getting 170k before. Like it's completely functional, honestly, but that, oh, I absorb no. Okay, well,
Light it up.
not ideal.
Sky.
Midnight phantasm. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Okay, I mean, this just shows Bennett being annoying, huh? Okay, so it's pretty similar damage, actually. You know,
There is no escape.
it's pretty similar damage. Okay, so that's better, but also because I had energy problems with the Bennett variant, so, like, not quite a full comparison. Also not quite a full comparison because of the fact that Raiden should be on a normal build in that team. Should. But I prefer leaving her on my hyper build, because it's not that much worse, even for an overload team. So anyways, let's see how Clorinde compares. Because I'm interested in how Clorinde compares to Hyper-Raiden, not in how Clorinde compares to normal Raiden. With Muika, it should be a bit better than Raiden, is my general understanding. So I guess since we used Fischl there first, we'll start with Fischl. Which I put in the second side for some reason. Blap. So you get Clorinde or Arlecchino. Clorinde's main selling point is being not Bennett reliant. So, do you have a need for non-Bennett reliant teams? And then it's just how much do you like the characters?
The blazing sun.
Hunt them down. Ready.
Stop riding up the thing.
As you wish me.
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky. Stop right there.
Time to testify.
Go to this button so I can hopefully avoid riding its belly.
Hands where I can see 'em. Light it up. Light up the blazing sun.
Right out of the back. Whatever. Yeah, I think it's better. I'm pretty sure with a Raiden on a normal build, it'd be very similar though, for what it's worth. But I don't know. I think it's also more fun to play, quite frankly. I don't know. Not that I don't hate Raiden Overload, but I do think that's more fun to play personally than Raiden Overload. But let's try the Yai variant then. See how that compares to the official variant. Sino do far worse than them in an overload team? Yes, I think he would do quite a bit worse. How much worse? I don't know exactly.
Right here.
Rise with the sun.
Sino's strength is not overload.
Weapons.
Shoot on sight into the shadows.
Sight to behold.
It's only one hit. Okay, it's like not even worth the eye bursting. Except like very situationally.
Time to testify. Ready.
Do this.
You asked for it.
Emerge.
Okay, well. Okay, so this thing is just kind of awkward because like it does make sense to do what I did there, which is cancel Clorinde to be able to break the balls. The balls, the fruit. Break its balls. But
Right here. Right now.
Light it up. Light up the blazing
arguably I shouldn't do that
where I can see 'em. Drop your weapons.
in favor of just
Loaded.
hopefully having Muika hit it, I suppose. Oh boy.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
Maybe the idea.
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
Yeah, Muika hit them. Okay, yeah. So just let Muika hit them. Why did I do that? Okay,
Right
well.
here. Emerge.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky! Final warning!
Hunt them down.
I mean, it's ultimately getting a very similar clear time. Do C2 Shalonen? Yes, we could do stuff with C2 Shalonen.
Right now. Emerge.
Rise to the sun! Light of the blazing sun! Drop your weapons!
Time to test it out.
No, that was a C1 Raiden. Oh, I missed that. God dang it.
Right here. Right now.
Burn it down! Wrath
Like notably, Yai does feel good here because I feel like the time Yai's 3 E's take
Into the shadows.
feel quite well mashed up with exactly when I was like waiting a second for Clorinde's cooldowns before, right? Okay, here we had the yeah. Okay, that problem happened again, but oh well. Blam.
Time to testify. Ready.
So I don't know. It's fundamentally relatively similar, to say the least. Let's see how Oron works. And this is without changing any builds to like, be slightly different on Moika because of having Oron here. But Oron is on Elegy. I think we should done. So I guess, I don't know, should I do a Clorinde Overload team with Bennett? I don't have Skyward Sword. I will do a super induct thing, but not with Chi-Chi. Did I not burst on... Whoops. Yeah, Argo, I guess. Well, let's say I just did that on purpose to save the damage bonus for Chlorine.
Be free. Tell me what you see.
Okay, well.
Hunt them down. Loaded.
Okay, hit them all that time. I did have a little scoop, but whatever. This...
Time to say hello.
Rise to the sun! Light of the blazing sun!
It's about the same. Ow. Wow. Yep. Overload Chlorine, good. I like it. That's I think all there is to say about it. I will probably use that as a potential go-to. We'll try Bennett here real quick because, like, I don't know, theoretically Bennett strong. Who knew? Do we do an Electro off-fielder with the Bennett team, or do we do Moika? I don't know. You know, let's just try like a 4-star team without Moika, whatever. Wait, no, I need off-field pyro. I do need off-field pyro. What am I thinking? Brain, you need off-field pyro to keep up overloads. Overload Chever's buff. Never mind. Okay, we will add a Moika then, and I could do Xiangling instead. Blech. Blech. No, I got C1 Moika, so I don't have to Xiangling. I refuse. So we are probably not going to burst every rotation in this team, but that's fine. Actually, this makes getting the buff annoying too on Clorinde. I think it'll be fine. I think it just means like Moika's going to trigger a scroll buff from off field, right? Yeah. In this team, I will. Oh wait, but we want to get the attack buff going from Shivers. Ugh, okay, so. Yeah, frick Bennett. Frick Bennett with Chlorine, that's all I can say. Bennett completely F's up the formula, man. Bennett completely F's up the formula for Shiver or for Clorinde. I think we have to like do burst just to like start the initial rotation. Like we just have to waste a burst to get the buffs going. This. After that, we shouldn't have a problem. Let's get Bennett. Flat. And you.
Blazing sun.
Loaded. Hunt them down.
Justice will prevail. Let's light it up. Wrath from the sky.
Should Bennett burst, whatever.
Ready.
It's about the same, but more annoying because Bennett circle. Like that, obviously, until I started doing that, it was perfectly fine because it was a big, fat enemy that we could just, you know, dash into, and it was mostly fine. I had to like reverse my camera at one point to make sure I didn't go out of the circle, go behind it like I was before. But I don't know if it's not like better. Why deal with Bennett annoyances, right? Versus having more energy and more diversified damage sources that will clear more consistently, right? So, yeah, there we go. You do alt shenanigans with C2 Shalana? Oh, okay, fine. Look. I don't even think she has equipment, but I don't know. Do this.
Nowhere to hide.
Shoot on sight. Bring it.
Committed to memory.
Don't blink. With sword from shadow.
I apparently need more energy recharge to do this.
This way, Pyro.
Time to testify.
So the answer is no, I cannot. I guess.
Roll, roll, roll. Temple of Wisdom.
Nowhere to hide. Incoming.
Loaded. Reloaded. Shoot on sight.
Sharing my knowledge.
Cut to the chase.
Hunt them down.
Speed of light.
This way, Pyro.
So, yes, but I don't have the right situation going for it right now. I think I need more ER. To be clear, I have 140 ER on Clorinde there. But the ideal is doing, like, I guess functionally 10-second rotations is functionally the ideal of, like, doing the C2 Shalana shenanigans, where I'd only do non-heated E, actually, like, every 2, or assuming the enemy isn't dead. Every 2 or 3, like with New Wave, obviously. But what does it last? 20 seconds? 25 seconds, yeah. So every 2 rotations, do non-heated E, and then just spam Clorinde and Kaching burst, right? But on our, yeah, I think it would require some like emblem build on Clorinde. Since you don't generate any energy from Clorinde, you could generate potentially, I think, a little energy from Kaching there. I don't know. I know people were doing triple electro too. I forget who was the third electro people used. Was it just Raiden? It was probably just Raiden, like this. But I don't think mono electro is. I think this is a meme.
Shine down. Nowhere to hide.
Time to testify. Inazuma shines eternal.
Cut to the chase.
Still don't have enough energy. Yeah. But anyway, I think the mono electro is the meme. The meme dream team. Yeah, put emblem on Clorinde there. Put emblem on friggin' Raiden, I guess, and then 10-second rotations. Activate Raiden burst. Activate Kaching burst. And that's the meme team. The real version of that team is unironically with Nahida, in my opinion, and I'll mess around with it maybe more in the future. But it requires changing builds around. I don't know. We'll try Shalona and stuff more with Clorinde, to be clear, with like some of the like a electro charge variant with C2 Shalona or something. I don't know. Anyways, oh yeah, we're gonna do, okay, so let's do Overload. Well, I want to see how, like, just mostly just official in general, but Obviously, Electric Charge would wreck the Papilla shields, but I'm curious. I have like Overload teams can be very usable in taking care of the Papilla shield, but also depending on what your exact Overload team is, how many instances of elemental damage you get, it can be harder or easier to get the Papilla shield down. I suspect Clorinde Overload should be very, very good at ripping through the Papilla shield. And this should be pretty strong. So, you know, we'll do it like this. And we'll just, you know, we'll go to town on the on the butthole.
Everybody down! Show no mercy! You two! Time to... Overruled! Going in!
She fun, you lost a 50-50 for her? I'm enjoying her. I'm enjoying her quite a lot. By the way, insert reason why I don't care about Moika on-field DPSing there. my Arlecchino is more fun to play, in my opinion, with Melt than Moika, and stronger than what I can do with Moika. Well, I shouldn't say stronger. Stronger in a different way. If I actually level up Moika's burst and did the combos properly, whatever, I could get like 1 million front-loaded damage with my account, easily over 1 million, and that could result in faster clear times. So faster clear times is not why the only reason I played the game. So anyways. No, that is a C1 Arlecchino.
Stop right there!
Shoot on sight. Ready.
What are you doing over there, sir? Just completely split apart those enemies. Ow, don't kill me. Alright, do this.
Burn it down!
Let's do this. Get them hopefully in some form. That. It's gonna do blam, blam, and blam. Alright.
Hunt them down. Loaded.
That was one of the fastest I've ever dealt with that shield phase, by the way. That was ridiculous. Ah, don't kill me.
Shoot on sight.
Yep. Shepherd's teams are ridiculous. Like, if you have the ability to configure Shepherd's teams in different ways, they can deal with every single Abyss. It's absurd. Like, there's rare times where, like, there's a side of the Abyss that's, like, a little bit punishing to Shepherd's teams, but, like, and then they just trivialize the other side half the time. Anyways, ER, sure. Actually, wait, what was the other buff? Because ER doesn't do that much for us. Wow, okay, well, sure, I guess I'll choose HP. I don't know, I have Homa on. Whoop, okay. Well, there we go.
Everybody stand back! Let's get to work! Suffer the wrath of...
Laid bare. Bring it.
Teamwork is strength! You two! Time to end!
Didn't crit the melt. Is there a trick to know which one's the correct puppet? There's no correct puppet. You get the shield down on all of them.
Rise to the sun! Justice will prevail! Drop your weapons!
Into the shadows.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is ridiculously fast.
Time to testify.
Burn it down! Wrath from the sky! Stop right there!
I don't have enough energy on fish.
Loaded.
You asked for it!
Wish me.
Light it up! Full throttle!
Hunt them down.
These things, by the way, have a tankier shield than the Papilla boss, if you didn't know. It's, I believe, 102 elemental hits, compared to the Papilla boss is 72 elemental hits. And Natlan units, by the way, like Night Soul line damage counts for 3 elemental hits. But there's not that many Natlan units that have a lot of rapid hits, other than Oron, and Sitlali is pretty good at dealing with the shields. Buik is not that incredible at dealing with those shields very fast. So, yeah. If you have a chance, Chever's like character for any niche or reaction, which would you have? I, unironically, Superconduct. I 100% Superconduct, but not just Superconduct. I want a Chever's that's slightly tweaked, like a Superconduct Chever's, but that
Staring into my eyes
buffs the
is
Superconduct reaction more,
I can't
like as a
so
focus of
like
the team.
what you see.
But Chever's for Superconduct. That's my vote, in some form.
Everybody stand back! Lolly, eat Papa! Get him!
Really. Reaction or physical and reaction? No, it's not for physical. It's for the reaction damage itself, and for just like having reasons to do full cryo electro teams. Superconduct Chevy, but makes you look good. Yeah, that would be a like physical would be an option in Superconduct teams. Like they could be a physical buffer and a reason to like pair physical, like pair a bunch of electro and cryo units together. Like giving more reasons to use cryo units could be really good, and a Chevreuse unit for cryo, a Shivers type unit for cryo could be a pretty big deal, I think, for giving more reasons to use cryo in more situations. Alright, flap, 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 do that. That was dumb. Yeah, that was ridiculously fast.
Time to testify.
Wings of darkness!
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever killed the Papilla shield that fast. I mean, I've killed it very fast with a electrocharge sheet. Really? I wanted the 1 minute clear. I wanted the sub 1 minute clear. All right, well, screw you. Yep, Clorinde Overload strong. I already know from experience that, like, Chevreuse teams are very adaptable to a lot of different situations, and one of their challenges was Papillas, and, well, Clorinde makes Chevreuse teams be able to trivialize Papillas, so that's kind of cool. That was like a comically easy shield to get through with Clorinde. So, anyways, I am enjoying Clorinde so far, mostly because of just the overload stuff, and that's, I suspect, where I'm going to get long-term value out of her. It's nice because that also means I have basically zero reason to care about leveling her to 90. So let's move on to some other variants. I didn't do you yet. I did not do Sucrose Electrocharge yet. I want to do that real quick. And then we can move on to some weirder things. So, to you. And you. And Sucrose and you. Alright. Yelan or Saint Cho variant of Taser since Clorinde normal attacks fast? Sure.
Go! You're free now!
Animal hyperspace.
Hunt them down. Move it.
I don't have a BB going on this thing, of course, so... It's very possible Yelan could make this team clear faster just because of the multi-wave scenario, right?
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Animal test 6308.
Time to testify.
Let's see for a second here. Worth mentioning as far as electro charge damage. Yep. As far as electro charge damage is concerned, Sucrose would be slightly more valuable here with level 90 Clorinde. Slightly. I don't think it matters that much. So. Electro charge is kind of weird as far as who takes ownership of the reaction. I'll try saving my burst. The idea here is to use Clorinde's skill. Yeah. And then switch to Sucrose. Oh, I didn't have any Electro going. Ah, frick. Okay. The hope was to have Electro Charge aura on the enemy when he spawned. Switch to Sucrose, which I think I can do. Do a Sucrose swirl, switch to Clorinde, do a burst, and then restart the rotation. Oh, I did. The aura expired like a fraction of a second after I switched off of. Okay. Oh my god. I think most people would probably prefer the Lanyon variant of this team, especially because if you don't have 5-star stat sticks, you use Calamity of Eshu. And I'm willing to bet like Calamity of Eshu, if I had a little bit different artifacts, would compete or maybe even be better with its passive fully up, right, with the shield. Than Light of Foliar. I wouldn't be that surprised. So, I don't know. I think I'd recommend the Lanyon variation of this team, is my current feeling. There we go. I got it that time. I wouldn't compare this team that closely as far as clear times to the Overload teams because it's not really a fair comparison when any team with Pyro clears way faster against this thing. But it is definitely going to be, regardless of that, a lower... Oh, I should have reversed it. Whatever. It's going to be a lower baseline amount of damage than Overload teams just in general. But I do think this is doing a meaningfully bit more damage than... Yep. I think it is doing more damage than the Lanyon team. But you can see the downside there is I didn't have a shield, so I couldn't just, you know, kind of face tank the hamster. So, like, the functional clear times might not be that different because of the enemy behavior and the value of shielding, right? So, yeah. I think most people I'd recommend, especially because of Calamity of Eshu being compelling on Clorinde, with Lanyon, to have that as a choice. For aggravate teams, by the way, you have the option of Kirara, notably, enabling like a lower investment Calamity of Eshu enabling. The only thing that's awkward is if you go into higher investment with like Nahida aggravate teams, where you lose the shield. So that's a little awkward, but oh well. Okay. So, Electro Charge with the Yelan is probably the main other thing to see quick. You. And should I do Lanyon? You know, I'll do Lanyon again. I want to do Lanyon because I think Lanyon is who most people are going to actually use. At the end of the day. Although maybe it'll feel less need to do Lanyon, to be fair, in this team because of the fact that you have a higher HP normally. But I don't know. Clorinde is healing actively enough that she was basically always at max HP regardless with the Freenas, so I don't think that's that much of a factor. Like sometimes it is a factor that you were less tanky with Freena on the team, right? But anyways, I think just we're gonna do it because I think it's what most people would do. Also, I think Yelan is on a level 20 bow right now, but it'll be fine. Did you just cancel her thing? Okay, it's not fine. Never mind. It's not fine. It is not fine. It would have been fine with a little bit more ER. Alright. There we go. Alright. Clorinde's unironically one of the tankiest characters, yeah. Certainly seems like that. Which is cool. I prefer tankiness over,
Farewell. Tell me what you see.
you know, never having to be worried about interrupted. Being inbuilt in a DPS's kit. I think being interrupted should be something like you need to use a shielder for, generally speaking. Like I think my Arlecchino would be more engaging to play if I could turn off the interruption resistance from Arlecchino C1 and keep the damage bonus. I probably would.
Into the shadows.
Tell me what you see.
Oh boy. Oh, she lived. She lived. I forgot to burst. She died. Why did she die off field? What? She had HP when I switched. I realized as soon as I jumped that was bad. No, this is Lanyon C0.
You're free. Go. You're free now.
Swift is the swallow. Up and away.
Hunt them down.
Switching into Clorinde and immediately bursting is quite satisfying. I really like having Clorinde on a build that gets her burst back consistently and makes her more fun.
Too far now. Tell me what you see.
God dang it, I did the same thing again.
Time to testify.
Oh, I activated skill that was important. All kinds of misplays here. Oh, really? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Time to say hello.
Closing in.
Ready. Hunt them down. Gotcha.
Oh my god.
Quiet now. Here comes the cash.
One rotation got bungled with the. Whoop.
Dancing in the way.
Oh my gosh.
Something's off. Up and away.
Into the
One rotation got bungled. And then. No.
Time to testify. Busted. Game's up. Time's over.
Be free. Tell me what you see.
Let them fly.
Loaded.
Well, I don't. Yeah, that makes me feel like with a lower constellation for Arena 2, those electrocharged teams might be not super compelling to a lot of players, but like that's a very tanky enemy too. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure many players would enjoy how comfortable most electrocharged variants, especially like it's gonna be one of the tankiest teams in the game. If you have like an invested Xingqiu, like I can't really properly I can show Xingqiu functioning, to be clear. I can't properly show like his damage contribution without reconfiguring his build crazily, or leveling him more with talents and whatever. But like, you know, an invested Xingqiu in the same context here, right? This team, 4 stars. Ideally, Xingqiu really wants to be C6. But other than that, like in Oron, you know, constellations could be decent, but mostly just, you know, he just needs to deal some of his damage and his damage buffing at C0. Lanyon can be perfectly fine at C0 here. Like this team, like Xingqiu can contribute similar damage to what like my Yelan can at, you know, high investment levels. But I will say the big downside here is definitely, as always, Xingqiu's long arse rotation times. He forces longer rotations. So, I don't think Xingqiu's preferable here. But I did that early by accident. I still think this is like he'd probably be much closer to half health there, at the 45-second mark, if I had a more invested Xingqiu, right? So yeah, and yeah, the amount of damage reduction you have there, like you will never die. I'm pretty sure. Like if you die, it's only because of like a terrible timing mistake of like, you know, getting nuked by the laser when you jump up with Lanyan kind of thing. But even then, I'm pretty sure Xingqiu damage resistance plus Lanyan, she'll tank that hit, right? So anyways, Electric Charge works. It's not going to be the strongest DPS option for her, but there's other compelling reasons to do it for element coverage of enemies, or, you know, needing a lot of hits to get through a Papilla shield, or just being a comfortable team option, yada yada. Let's try the normal Yoldi aggravate context real quick. Now, this enemy is Dendro resistant for what it's worth, so that reduces Nahida's personal damage contribution here, but well, that's fine. Now, I actually think Xilonen in this context is just going to be the best option. Main reason being, it can be hard to get Electro swirls consistently. So like a Sucrose here could be great, and a Kazuha here could be great. I'll test them and see if I can get the swirls consistently, but it can be awkward is my point, especially without a C6 official. C6 official can like let us do some normal attacks to maybe make it a little bit easier, but yeah. Again, I have C2 for Arena, so I actually missed skill dance in there. So C2 for Arena should be, or C2 for Arena, C2 Nahida should be uplifting with a Death Shred. Yeah, see my Electro disappeared for a second there? Like, I think it came back actually, with C6 official. But I think if I didn't have C6 official, it would not have come back. See, I didn't get an Electro Swirl there. Or I didn't get an Electro Crystallize there.
Into the shadow. The victor
Ow.
is declared.
So, I think most people are going to find, like, Xilonen in a Nahida aggravate team. Xilonen is better than an Anima unit. But you lose the Anima unit's potential damage contribution. Like, Kazuha's damage contribution, for example, is significant enough to result in faster clear times, particularly on paper. But in practice, particularly with like new wave adaptation stuff, like the fact that I have Res Shred into this new wave here, potentially matters in a lot of situations. You know. Why did I do that? Whatever. We're bursting? Yeah.
Shoot on sight.
Grow, the Temple of Wisdom.
As you wish.
Bring it. Ready.
What are you doing?
Hunt them down.
Commit it to memory. Share my knowledge.
Shadow-Raiden!
Noted.
I'm pretty sure I'm keeping Electro Aura up consistently enough that an Anima unit should work fine here, though. But yeah, obviously that works pretty decently. Again, Kirara is interesting for enabling Calamity of Eshu. Without C4 Kirara, though, you might have some issues keeping up uptime on your Quickens, I suspect. So, I don't know. It's a worthwhile consideration for sure. With Calamity of Eshu. I can't properly test Clorinde damage with Kirara, by the way, because then, you know, again, C2 Nahida is functionally making it, so I should be getting probably slightly more damage than I would be getting if my Clorinde was level 90, and she should be level 90 for aggravate, right? But anyways, We should test. We'll test some Quick Bloom variants, particularly with Farina, because I think Quick Bloom with Farina is interesting because again, she can be the team's healer. So there's some unique Quick Bloom team variants you could do with Farina and Clorinde together. Even with C4, if you play a Hydra unit with Kirara, it's not enough. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So probably would be mostly just pure aggravate. Just do official Clorinde, Kirara, and then either an enemy unit or Shalonen. So Sucrose, Kazuha, or Shalonen, most likely. I guess Lanyon is an interesting option too, as an alternative to not Kirara. You could do for a low investment aggravate team with Clorinde, probably something like I guess Dendro Traveler would be Dendro Traveler would be the best Dendro unit as far as the low investment team option, and then you could use a C0 Lanyon, and that would again enable Calamity of Eshu, which is be pretty good, right? But anyways, let's do same thing but with Kazuha. Been a while since I tried to utilize the Kazoo for aggravate. Current build for Clorinde, she has 90 crit rate, 250 crit damage on Hytham's weapon, Light Polier. So it's mostly just a big stat stick weapon for her in my context. I don't think I got a swirl there.
Time to testify. Ready.
This might hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
Don't kill me.
Shoot on sight.
Grow. Make yourselves at home.
Dang it, Fischl. See, this is what we're talking about. It's just awkward getting Fischl swirls. Oh man. Okay.
Time to testify.
Yeah.
Into the shadows.
I was trying to do some normal attacks there to trigger Fish to C6 to get Electro Aura, and then he pooped Pyro, of course. It's bungled things. It is worth mentioning, like, with an Anemo unit and the Pyro he poops, you can use the Anemo swirls to... Alright. No. You can use the Anemo swirls to try... Oh, god dang it, I should just... I'm gonna jump. To try to... Yeah, just like that happened there. Like Kazuha's Pyro Infusion triggered the bomb there, right? Exactly what that was. Yeah. That team, not ideal. I don't know. It's awkward. This is the eternal story of aggravate with Nahida. Is awkward to get swirls. That's all that really is. I don't even think I need to bother showing Sucrose. It's just an alternative to Kazuha there. Some upsides being lower field time requirement than Kazuha. But yeah. So aggravate Clorinde is fine. Not exactly as ideal against this boss in particular because it's Dender resistance with Nahida, since Nahida is doing way less damage, but that's fine. Still is a decent enough showing. The real problem is, like, if I'm doing aggravate, I think I'd much rather do Sethos. Right? So, you know, oops. Let's do the same team format. God freaking dang it. Nahida, Visual, Shalonen. Nahida was on Deepwood.
Temple of Wisdom. By royal
Space.
What? 4-piece Thunder Reverie, what are you doing to me? Okay.
This may hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
As you wish, mate. Into space. Excuse me?
Committed to memory.
I'm not saying this is stronger, by the way. I'm just saying I have other preferences for aggravate DPSing. should have done a shot before I did skill there, by the way.
Way ahead.
Roll. Make yourselves a move. Wings of dark.
Should the same thing again. I did them, whatever. Like, and it's funny, like, Sethos released on the same banner as Clorinde, and this is why I didn't really care about Clorinde initially. Just because Clorinde Overload teams were, like, weren't that incredible before Muika, quite frankly.
Temple of Wisdom.
And it was just like, okay, they released another Aggravate DPS. Wow. And then they released Sethos with Clorinde, and he was the more fun Aggravate DPS to me. Right? I would go to instructors. Yes, instructors would work better in that instance on Ahida. I'm not going to do that right now. It's not worth it. I just wish to illustrate, like, I don't think I'm going to do Aggravate Clorinde that often. It's a very compelling team option, and one of the considerations and why I think, like, she has potential strength is, like, hey, again, more non-Bennett team options for dealing with different situations, and Dendra has different values for different types of shields as well compared to her other teams, but yeah. How's Muika the breakpoint for Overload Clorinde? Because she's better than Xiangling, and you can do the damage bonus that Muika can provide, plus the personal damage that Muika deals, enables non-Bennett Clorinde teams to reach like 80k DPS plus. That's like with C6 Shivers. I think C6 Shivers makes her get in the neighborhood of like 85k DPS from the calculations I've seen. You don't have to have Muika for Clorinde teams. If you, particularly with Calamity of Eshu, if you want a lower investment team option that is not Bennett reliant for Clorinde teams, that is fine. You can look up GC Sim, by the way. There's different people. You can see different calculations. I think that's the website, GC Simulator, whatever. Just Google it. I don't remember the exact URL off the top of my head because I don't normally go there. But it's a useful website for like showing different. Like, it's basically just a database of different kinds of teams. I believe there's a bunch of different Clorinde Overload teams in that database, and like one of them you can try is like a Toma, variant instead of Muika. But you're losing. Toma would give you, Calamity of Eshu, and then you do Fischl or Yai or Ron as a second Electro with Chevrus, and Toma does some off-field Pyro, keeps up overloads, and then enables Calamity of Eshu. And that probably is going to reach a DPS threshold high enough for most people to clear with investment into your off-field Electro at minimum, at least. But yeah, the range and mobility with Muika, like, it's just quite a bit better. Not necessary, per se, though. And it's a problem of, like, Xiangling. Like, can you do solo Pyro Xiangling instead? Yeah, you can. How many people actually do that? Right? I don't know. So, anyways. Yep. That's where that. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to do Aggravate Clorinde that often. That's fine. Because I enjoy Overload Clorinde enough that I think I can get value from her there, which is cool. Let's try two weird team concepts now. One I think is not going to work, and that is Emily Clorinde. I think Emily Clorinde is not going to work because she poops too much Electro. She is going to delete the Burning Aura too much, such that we're just not going to keep up good Emily damage. Also, I don't pay attention to clear times here, because like Emily's going to do way less damage against the hamster. What does it have for resistance? What is its name exactly? Whoops. It's the Yumkasaur. That's what it's named. The Yumkasaur. I call it the big hamster. Kongamoto is its actual full name. I don't know. Alright, it has, yeah, that's what I thought. I was just double checking. I figured it was 70% Dendra resistance, so I do have Deepwood on Emily, so, well, that's not going to be the worst in the world, but point being, this is not an ideal situation for Emily. I just want to compare functioning of, like, do we keep up Emily level 2 damage? It's pretty easy to watch for. Okay, so the team would be, I don't know, something like, need off-field Pyro, of course, to refresh the burning, and then who do we do as the last slot? Honestly, I think it's Yelan, because it's going to be hard to keep up any specific aura other than Pyro, or it's not going to be easy to do like an Electro Swirl. And we just want someone that can buff Clorinde. So realistically, Yelan. So, I don't know. Try this. The meme team with Chi-Chi. I don't have Skyward Sword. I will try a Super Grenade team, but I don't have Skyward Sword, and I don't have Chi-Chi leveled. I don't really want to level Chi-Chi. So, yeah. The meme team with Chi-Chi is with Skyward Sword. It's not a Chi-Chi team, quite frankly. It's a Skyward Sword team. Anyways, do this.
Hunt them down.
Do we lose level 2 on Emily? We don't, I think. Well, that's interesting. I'll be honest, I did not expect that.
Time to testify.
Let's do this.
This is lighting up the place.
Hunt them down.
I am surprised this works as well as it does. Man, Emily is such a fun character. I love that Emily gives you reasons to do crap like that. Like, alright. Yeah. That was actually, like, fine. What's weird is, like, when I've tried Fischl with Emily before, Fischl's like, oh, too much Electro, usually. And then it just feels like it doesn't make sense. But I guess it's just needing the right balance of Electro hits at, like, the right frequency. Ultimately, all it is. Like, Fischl probably does too much Electro in a very short duration, right? So what she does, right, Fischl does Electro, triggers an Electro reaction, she does more Electro, and that ends up overwriting and Electro takes over, whereas Clorinde's Electro application is balanced time-wise. Like, she does a lot of extra Electro application, but timed out, not like these bursts of Electro like Fischl does. So, yeah, that was yeah, better than Aggravate, which is funny, right? like a lot better than Aggravate, and this is with the thing having 70% Dendro resistance, so 40% with Deepwood going, which is still significant. So I don't know. That's kind of funny. Let's try it. Let's try it. I want to see what happens if we do. I'm gonna try to do Emily burst every other rotation instead. So do this. Reason is to simulate a non-signature weapon Emily.
Shoot on sight. Loaded.
He's already dead. This team adapts to new waves very well too. That's worth mentioning. Okay, Nahida has to adapt to new wave. All right, so do skill here. So don't do that. Burst this rotation. Didn't do burst it, whatever. Alright, we can do burst this rotation. Oh, okay, yep, going for a ride.
Loaded.
You know, you bottle, whatever. Anyways, yeah, well, that's fun. I like that. And that team does not need Su and Muika because you're using Yelan. Actually, you don't even need Yelan in the team technically. Just Yelan is very ideal there for the buffing of Clorinde because you're not going to get Electro Swirls in that team, right? Not basically ever. So like Muika is very ideal there, but not necessarily for. Sorry, Muika. Yelan is ideal there, but not necessarily for Muika. She has extra synergy with Muika, but not needed because Clorinde's normal attacks will get Muika's burst back regardless, right? So, yeah. Wouldn't Benny be as good? I mean, I guess we can try Benny. I don't like Circle Impact with Clorinde, I think. She moves in too awkward ways, but if you're willing to work around Circle Impact, Bennett might be compelling here. particularly if we like do things like you know, Emily burst and Bennett buff kind of thing. But again, this is an enemy that's 70% Dender resistant, and it's clearing pretty dang well. Anyways, what are we doing? You, and you. Also, again, Clorinde is not level 90 here, and Clorinde is doing aggravates, by the way. There's that factor too. like the aggravate team was doing worse than this, and I had C2 Nahida. So this team might be the reason I want a level 90 Clorinde. I guess. Not this team specifically, but the Emily Clorinde off-field Pyro core. So, yeah. Go Benny, Xiangling. I mean, yeah, I could. Bennett Xiangling should work fine. We understand that the Bennett Xiangling combo exists in this game. I don't feel like doing that, to be honest. This maybe I should have saved that for this dude. Probably should have actually. Alright, I'm not gonna use a burst because again I want to see you know what, screw it, I use burst, I don't care.
Time to testify.
Light of the blazing sun.
A little ambiance.
Emily burst won't matter here that much. Okay, well, Bennett energy situation being ignored. Obviously this is pretty good. Yeah, so Bennett is an option, and that also means Xiangling should be a perfectly fine option here too. The only thing that Xiangling might do is make it slightly hard to keep up aggravates. Maybe like that balance is slightly off because of the extra pyro application not really being a good thing, right? But Xiangling damage on its own, doing Xiangling, Emily, should be fine, right? So I guess fine. We'll show it quick. Why not? It's not gonna kill me to touch Xiangling as much as I dislike it. We should do. I'm just trying to think what I think we do. Yeah, we just do Emily into Bennett EQ into Xiangling. Yeah. Mawika on Cinder City here? Yeah, Mawika is on Cinder City in that team. Was I getting electric damage bonus consistently, actually? That's a good question. We should go check that team outside of Abyss, because I can't check the freaking stat screen. As long as, like, I don't know. Like, we do need to trigger at least, you know, a overload or whatever. Well, yeah, an overload with Mawika to get the damage bonus on Clorinde consistently. So we should go check that. Do this. Should do this. And let's do this time. Save the burst.
Hunt them down.
Everybody stand.
Now. No, let's do this. This. Okay, that was not a deal. Whatever. Xiangling problems. This is why I don't like Xiangling. Guess I know we lost Bennett, but oh well. I mean, safe to say it's not as good. So, admittedly, that is maybe due to some build issues. Yeah. It's not as good. There you go. This is why I like Mawika as a Xiangling replacement. Anyways. Clorinde is always worth the risk. Yeah. I'm enjoying her a lot more than I thought I would. I am staring a little bit too much. I'm still like getting used to like how I'll eventually just get the habit of it if I play her more, right? but I am staring at the HP bar a little much, which makes it a little hard. On top of the VFX that Genshin has and Clorinde has, I am staring at the HP bar to like watch for when I should E properly, and that means I'm looking at the enemy less. But yeah, which can maybe make it harder to play. But once I get used to it, I don't think that's really a factor. You just get used to the inputs that you do, and you're mostly fine, I think. The sound cue for Max Bond of Life isn't loud enough. Yeah, there is a sound cue, but yeah, I agree. It could be louder. So yeah, we're gonna test that team here. See, what we got.
Anytime, any place.
You.
It would be my honor.
I'm gonna use Yelan in here again. Obviously Bennett will work, but see damage bonus.
Try and stop
Oh boy.
me. Wrath from the sky.
Ready.
Don't stomp at me.
Shoot on sight.
All right. I'd forgot what her baseline electro damage bonus was. I should have thought to check that. I was just like computing there. Ooh, don't I? Let's go check. There's a sound. Yeah, there is a sound. Go heal, I guess. Is Bronze Lock the new target dummy of choice? Kind of. I can tell you with this team, it's a little bit annoying to dodge its stomps. I would really prefer just a damage dummy, but oh well. Okay, so 46.6. Does she give damage bonus to herself? 'Cause I had 116%. Oh wait, freaking wait, no. Does this weapon give damage bonus to everything? All elemental damage bonus. Yeah, it does. Okay. So what is the total I'm looking for here? Actually, wait. No, we have an easy solution. Just look at the look at frickin' Emily and see if she has 40% electric bonus. That's all I have to do. Brain, you're stupid. You're stupid. Why did I forget? It's been a while. It's been a little while since whatever. It's fine. Anyways, all right. Do you Blam.
Light up the blazes.
A little ambiance.
I thought that was Shilonen. Okay. Well, I guess, yep. Oops. Just retry. Wait a second. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. We don't need to. We don't need to. Oops. Whoop. Frickin' Natlan auto stupid. Whatever. Alright. Do this. Ow. Ow.
Time to testify.
Alright. I think that's just because of the... Yeah, oh yeah. Wait, no. No, that's the Shilonen weapon. Okay, so we weren't getting electro damage bonus. That's Shilonen weapon. Yeah. Yeah, we were getting Pyro and Dendro. So, that is a downside. It seems like we're not very consistently getting that. We can continue with the rotation here.
This'll brighten up the place.
Let's ride. Wrath from the sky.
More reasons to level 90 Clorinde in this team. I do think we are keeping up Quicken pretty good, from what I can tell. Yeah, we do have the Dendro damage bonus going. So, yeah. Wait. We have the electro bonus there. I'm blind. Okay, we got it there. All right. So, yes? Question mark is the answer to whether or not we get scroll buff. Interestingly, I think this probably might work fine with Pyro Traveler, just a lot worse damage because Moika does more damage than Pyro Traveler. Who knew? Yeah, so that's cool. I don't know. So it works. But yeah, okay. The fact that this team is as good as it is makes me want to. Because I didn't have an Emily team with an Electro on. Because I was like, one thing I just was struggling to find, for example, was a Hyper-Raiden team that worked with Emily. Like Raiden in place of this is a team I didn't really enjoy. Wouldn't PMC lose the Pyro? Or maybe. They maybe will. I'm not sure. They might work here. And of course, energy reliant characters. Okay, just okay, whatever. Just don't die. Just don't die. There we go. Okay. We'll just re-teleport. I don't want to deal with that attack. I find it easier to look at her animations as opposed to stat counting or looking at Bond of Life. At the exact frame she does her third stance, E was able to get a max of 5 full power to use done. But it's tight. Alright. Yeah. I can pretty confidently say I'm gonna play Clorinde more. She is fun. So yeah. I'm sure I'll probably get used to it.
Into the shadows. You cleared your...
Okay. I just want to see if Pyro Traveler functions. We just want to see if there is enough burning. Was that working? I think it was working. Yeah, she's still at level 2. So, yeah. There you go. Pyro Traveler works. Seems fine. Obviously, less damage than Emily. Whatever. But it'll work. That's cool. Having low investment team, like, I don't know. Emily, I think, really has gotten a lot much more versatility by nature of there being more compelling off-field pyro options in the game now with Pyro Traveler and Muika. And that's cool.
Anytime, any place.
So yeah, that was tappy, not holdy. It's the same frequency of pyro hits. Like I believe pyro application happens. The Pyro Traveler's tappy applies pyro to a single target enemy every 3 seconds. Like it's every 3 hits. It's standard ICD. So it's the same rate of pyro application, I believe, with tappy versus holdy. The difference is you need to be touching the enemy, so that shouldn't matter there. I don't think, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I think I want a level 90 Clorinde for this team. Yay, more resources. To the Yelan mines I go. I want a level 90 Pyro Traveler. I want a level 90 Clorinde. I want a level 90 Lanyon. I want to level up you and you. Yeah, Lanyon, you're gonna have to wait. I'm sorry. Lanyon's gonna have to wait. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. Please feed me more. Alright, let's go back here. Let's try Superconduct now, and that's basically the last thing. I'm very happy the Clorinde team worked, or the Emily team worked. I honestly didn't think it would, like, because I don't know, maybe I can show Raiden not working very well in the same team format. Like, it doesn't not work, to be clear. Like, it just didn't feel particularly compelling compared to the other options I enjoy for playing Raiden, like Hyper-Raiden in particular. Was what I was disappointed with, because I was definitely hoping I'd have more Emily synergy with Raiden than I did end up with. Notably, I guess there is, like, it should be easier to get scroll damage bonus for Electro in this team, because you can start with like a Raiden E into Muika, right? Is something. Also, you can also get scroll on Yelan easier, not just Muika. Either or, doesn't matter.
place. Neutralize.
Silly.
Now you shall perish.
Oh, okay.
Shine down.
Rise to the sun. Wrath from the
And this team obviously requires Shalonen or Malika C1. Or Malika. It's, you know, Clorinde fighting spirit damage bonus. Did you just not crit, lady? Did you get like one satisfying crit? So, anyways. That's what I wanted to show. I wanted to show the Raiden damage not being that compelling. Obviously the other units are fine. Like the other units, there's functionally not that much difference between Raiden and the other one. Oh my god! What? I just not crit. I don't think I hit anything on the first wave, and then like just Raiden. Oh god. Okay. Try again. Try again. Wait. Did I abandon the attempt? I did. That was stupid. Oops. Oh well. God dang it. You showed that the other three don't need Raiden. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Shine down.
pyroclastic surge.
This'll brighten up the place. Now
Crit,
you
please.
shall perish.
There we go. 80k. Right. Yeah. Like that's what I kind of expected. I think I might be able to get a little bit better than that. I probably didn't have some. No, I probably did have a damage bonus. I don't know. Obviously, yeah, it shows the strength of having like Emily's damage is really good, and then Marika's damage on top of that is pretty good. Yeah, 86k. Okay, so that is probably like the math, right? Like I can play Hyper-Raiden teams where Raiden gets much more personal talent damage than that. So I'm fairly certain Clorinde is just like a lot better than Raiden in that team format. With the only downside being, you know, less potential uptime with scroll. But that's scroll for the electro unit anyway. So if the electro unit is better, then the electro unit is better. Let's see, dude.
Rush and flow.
Light it up. Wrath from the sky.
Bring it. Ready. Time to testify.
A little ambiance.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
Moving. Shoot. Hunt them down.
Reconstitute.
Light it up. Light up the blazing sun.
This'll brighten up the place.
Bring it.
Like it just feels like it feels like Clorinde is doing much more here, right? And I'm definitely getting aggravates consistently. So like yeah, and Clorinde would be doing meaningfully more even with level 90, right? So yeah, what's doing this like flashing the thing or whatever. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I found an aggravate team I like with Clorinde that is relatively unique to her on my account. But it's not really an aggravate team, it's a burning load team. And that's cool, because like I had this the on-field electro unit with Emily and off-field Pyro is something I really like on polearms only with Sino, Toma, Emily. And now I have a variant that I like on my main account. Because like I hadn't found one yet that I liked with an electro on-fielder here. There's plenty of Emily teams I liked on my main account, but not specifically that like off-field Pyro, on-field electro, Emily archetype. And now I do. So that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm very happy about that. So now last team though to try is something that is realistically going to be a meme. We're gonna do Superconduct Emily. Superconduct Emily. Superconduct Clorinde with Sitlolly. So the idea is similar to how I was using Fischl to supply enough Electro in my Superconduct Sitlolly video to get Sitlolly to have some decent off-field Superconduct damage. We're going to do the same thing, but, you know, now it's Clorinde applying the Electro for that. So that's kind of it. It's basically just on-fielding Clorinde instead of using that. So what we're going to do is use Yelan for Red Shred to increase Superconduct damage. And then our last slot options is either like throw in Farina. So we can try this quick, I guess. This is probably the best variant of it because, you know, Farina enables like easy whatever. Well, let's just try this. See how it happens, or see how it works. And I don't know. And then we're going to try without Farina, because Farina obviously changes it into a little bit different style of team rather than an actual Superconduct team. So I'm going to swap out for either another Cryo unit or another Electro unit instead. And then that would require, because we're removing the reactions for getting Night Soul for Sitlolly, we'd have to put Sack Frags on Sitlolly. Yeah. Weaga Burst still on level 1? Yeah, of course. And this team, if it's compelling enough or interesting in some form, and this is the team I was like mucking around with, theorizing, like using Flute on Clorinde, since you get Superconduct, more physical damage, and like how many times can you trigger Flute in a rotation with Clorinde? Well, unfortunately it's only freaking twice, so it's like basically pointless, unfortunately. I wish there was a sword that was really compelling to do, like, if there was a sword that Clorinde could abuse to like get 1,000% or like 800% of her attack in a rotation, it would actually be a kind of funny, compelling option, I think. But anyways, Skyward I don't have, but Skyward would probably be, yes, the main one. I don't have Skyward, which sucks. I really wish I did. So for reference, let me open that up. Skyward. Flat. So crit rate, ER is like that. This is the main thing kind of preventing it from being super valuable, honestly, on her. But yeah, you get normal charge attack dealing additional damage, specifically, is what would give you that synergy. But, like, it's not doing an instance of separate physical damage, which is what I wanted. Wait, is it doing a separate instance? I can't remember. No, it is doing a separate instance. Yeah, it is doing a separate instance. So, anyways, I don't have Skyward, so, yeah. Oh well. Let's do something first, I think. Well, I know that doesn't make sense to it, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
Shoot on sight. Hear the echoes of the valley.
So I'm trying to frame that.
Show no mercy. You two. Time to hunt them down. Loaded.
Okay, the healing from Shalona is giving us a lot higher bond of life. That's kind of interesting. I never noticed that before, because I wasn't healing with Shalona. I wasn't using Shalona first.
Into the shadow.
Alright, oops, whatever.
Shoot on sight.
I mean, this is, like, pretty good. Let's be real, it's pretty good. It gets better than an Electro Charge. Well, to be clear, this is kind of Electro Charge still, right? Where you have a Hydro and Electro unit. I don't know how many Superconducts we're actually doing, though, which is exactly why, like I said, Farina changes the nature of the team. It feels a little bit disingenuous to call this a Superconduct team, which is exactly why I didn't really do this kind of thing in my Sitlolly Superconduct video. I simply mentioned it as like, yes, it's probably better to throw in a Hydro unit.
Time to testify. Loaded.
But if the enemy permanently has Electro Aura, we should be triggering a Superconduct, which it is, by the way. Like you can see, if you look at the aura on Congo, or the Yumkisor, as long as we have our stuff going, obviously, we're keeping Electro Aura on him, and that means that Lolly is triggering Superconducts. So, yeah, we're getting 17k Superconduct damage from Sitlolly. Is it a meaningful amount of damage? No. But it is making Sitlolly do probably an extra, probably at least 100k, I assume, per rotation. Probably more, maybe. I don't know. So I don't know, right? It's it works. It works. We're getting close to a minute clears, which is funny. So let's see what happens though if we actually commit to the idea of superconduct fully. And I think the easiest way to do that is with Fischl. I know I said Clorinde replacing Fischl, but it's more just Clorinde in place of whatever. But yeah. So we have to put Sitlolly on Sackfrags though. This is a necessity because we will lose a lot of her application uptime from off field if we do not do this, because a bunch of her Night Soul points comes from this passive triggering, which triggers based on melt or freeze happening. So without a Hydro or Pyro unit, Sitlolly skill duration lasts a lot shorter. Alternatively, if you had C4 Sitlolly, I do have C1 Sitlolly, by the way, which is buffing Clorinde's damage with like an additional flat buff, but that is limited to, without a Hydro or Pyro unit in the team, it's limited to 10 instances. With the previous team, it's limited to 16 instances of a buff, and it's like not nothing. It's definitely adding damage for Clorinde for sure, which is making that team better than it would be with the C0 Sitlolly. But I also think Clorinde is using up the buff fairly quickly because she hits so many times. So yeah. No, what do we do? So yeah, let's just try Fischl, the simple option here. 100% uptime, keep up with the Electro all the time. And yeah, we'll do Fischl into Shalona into Sitlolly into Clorinde. An actual superconduct team. Someone go tell the Jeff I'm doing more superconduct Sitlolly things.
Into the shadows.
Whoop. Oh, I didn't do double E, did I? Oops. I gotta restart that. I don't think I did double E on Sitlolly. I know I didn't. Yeah. Yep. Alright, blap.
Get to work. You two. Time to end them.
Time to testify. Loaded.
Shadow-Raiden. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh. Get to work.
Whoop. Thank you for immediately nuking my shield, you butt light. Yeah, it turns out it's a little bit worse without Farina. I don't know if you guys noticed. Crazy. Alright, you butthole.
Hunt them down. Loaded.
But we're getting like near 20k superconduct damage. You can't deny it. You can't deny the superconduct damage is real.
Get to work. You two.
It's possible putting another cryo unit in might get more superconduct damage, right? Because this team is obviously still succeeding on the merits of Fischl do damage and Clorinde do damage. The superconduct is an additional incidental form of damage. So the question is, can Clorinde's electro application keep up with 2 cryo units?
Time to testify.
Right?
Into the shadows.
That's the real question. Now, the only other real unit in the game that does compelling cryo application off field is C6 Kaya and Rosaria. Rosaria has circle impact problems, and C6 Kaya is vaporware. I would love to use C6 Kaya here, but I don't have it, so you know. We're gonna try it though. We're gonna see. So the thing we're gonna watch for, and is if cryo overtakes the electro aura. So if you on the hamster, right, on his health bar, if you see cryo overtake Electro, that's bad because we want the cryo units to be the one triggering the superconducts. Is basically what it is. So yeah. Rosaria should be configured for an instructor build right now, I think. Which I'm just gonna leave her on because I just want to test if this functions. Not what the actual builds would necessarily look like. Actually, ideally what you would have is at least doing EM goblet here. I do have one, good. And the crit rate buff isn't really relevant, so it's just the ER that'd be relevant on that, so I may as well do this too. So EM, and then yeah. Alright, so try to, and she's not level 90 either, which is going to reduce her superconductor damage too. Anyways, yep, we'll see. This is close-ish to what I could expect. So this is like, as far as like the Jeff being like, oh, it only worked because it's official. I mean, yes. But also, this is I think a more pure form of superconduct team. We're like more into the mindset of all superconduct. The problem is we need to have enough electro application to make it that the cryos are always triggering superconduct and it doesn't take over. Otherwise, we would have to have the electro unit have EM too. And like Clorinde doesn't have EM here. She'll have a little bit from the buffs, but like, anyways, I'm probably going to do a superconduct video again with Sitlali without Fischl by doing Kuki and Sitlali together, because the idea would be either Kuki's triggering superconducts or Sitlali's triggering superconducts. Basically, no matter who triggers superconduct on the team, it's always by someone that has a bunch of EM. That's the idea. So, but I'm not going to do that in the next Abyss cycle because it's an actual AoE Abyss cycle. That will take advantage of the fact that superconduct is a AoE damage dealing. So it will actually be, I think, genuinely compelling and like maybe in some ways way better than you would expect, but it's really not ideal in single target to actually care about min-maxing superconduct. So this is mostly a meme thing in single target. In AoE, it's probably going to be better than you expect. But anyways, we'll see. So just watch the aura on the enemies. Specifically the boss will be the easiest one because you just watch the health bar. If we see cryo aura for any significant amount of time, that's bad. And that's where it is. Alright, so let's do you. It really matters which one we start with. When
Shoot on sight.
It's slightly worse. It is slightly worse. It do be slightly worse. Oh no, okay, you know what? No, I refuse. We can definitely clear in the first wave with one rotation. Oh boy. That's really satisfying, I must say. Well, that was even worse. Frick. Dang it. Rosaria after Sitlali is better, maybe? Not about with it. I didn't show him. That's probably not ideal. Lack of AoE on gunshots is real. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm feeling right now.
Time to testify.
Oh my god. I cannot kill them in one rotation. It's so annoyingly close. God dang it. Wait. Can I just abuse C2 Shallonen and do this? I guess I should just abuse C2 Shallonen and do this in my case. It's fine. Not what I wanted, but it's fine. Alright, try this again just in case this changes anything for some reason.
Bring it. Hunt them down. Ready.
That's so frustratingly close. I hate it.
Shoot on sight.
I hate how frustratingly close that is. Alright. Whatever. Do this.
Fulfill our task.
Watch the aura here.
Suffer the wrath of
We
Eastling.
want Electro to take over.
Let the mountains rain soil.
Into the shadows.
Never burst, it's not ideal. Okay, Electro keeping up. Oh, Electro's keeping up. Okay, I didn't really do this properly though, because I think I ran out of all my cryo. So I think we have some slight uptime issues.
Time to end them.
Ready.
Hi, Brain. What are you doing? Well, I scuffed it. You try to play with the fact that Dendro and Cryo can exist on enemies and slap Nahida here. I mean, you could, yeah. That'd probably be a better team. We can try that after. I'm done with this beaming here.
No mercy.
Yeah, Rosario burst not long enough indeed.
Punishment.
Hunt them down.
What I need is Kaya C6.
Loaded.
Although Kaya C6 would be even more cryo application, which is maybe bad. God, it's so close. Like it just a Shallonen. Oh wait, where did you cut? What? What?
Shoot on sight.
Okay, well whatever.
Lights out.
Lolly. East Papa. Get him.
Into the shadows.
Well. So I thought this was gonna be a meme, and you know what it is? It's definitely a meme.
Time to testify.
We're doing this first, and now we're doing Shallonen, and then we're doing this. All right. For what it's worth, the Electro kind of keeps up. It's just by the time I actually start doing Clorinde things, other things basically end. Because of starting the rotation with like Rosaria and her burst lasts 12 seconds, and then like, yeah, that's not yeah. Superconduct Clorinde I think is a meme without doing either Dendro or Hydro in the team. I don't know. I might make a video on at least the Farina variant with Superconduct because I think it's funny, but it's not gonna be a Superconduct team really. But yeah, I don't know, for the funny, let's try this. The weird thing with this is going to be because of the fact that Cryo and Cryo and Dendro can exist in the same time on the enemy. Presumably, what's going to maybe happen here is that we will be getting aggravates and Clorinde will be the one triggering Superconduct. Presumably. No, the Farina one wasn't very memey. It's just because it was like, yeah, put Farina, Lolly, and Shallonen together. That's a pretty healthy amount of damage for Farina at a baseline. And Shallonen is buffing Clorinde, and Clorinde does extra reaction damage, superconducts, and electro charges, and it's just like, it's pretty decent. Like better than you probably would expect. That's kind of where it is.
You two. Time to
I definitely, you know, I gotta redo this. I don't want to waste cryo application uptime in Nahida burst.
Temple of Wisdom.
get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastling.
Shoot on sight.
This way for you.
Alright, now we'll watch the auras.
Lolly. East Papa. Get him. Get to work.
Into the shadows.
Yeah, see, now the cryo is keeping him. Actually, see, that's interesting. Oh, and then the Fletcher overtook there. Okay. Weird. So yeah, Clorinde is the one that was triggering the most super there.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling.
Make yourselves at home.
Not necessarily a bad thing.
Ready.
But, well, in this instance, it's less damage for superconduct damage. Okay, and then it overtook. Well, it overtook only after the cryo ended. So, yeah. Which, duh. course the Electro overtook after the cryo ends. Crazy. Alright.
Into the shadows.
Oh, that's kind of funny. More reasons to level 90 Clorinde for super conduct damage in Clorinde. It's not that bad. Although I do have Siege not hit here, so considering that, it's not that great, to be clear. But seeing the super conducts happen pretty consistently is funny. I don't know. Anyways. So I don't know. Super conduct Clorinde, maybe with a Hydro unit, which makes it not really a super conduct team in my opinion. But it's a funny option. I might show the Nahida variant too as an example of Clorinde getting the super conducts instead of Sitlali, which is funny. Yeah. And that's everything I think I wanted to test. If anyone else has any other ideas, we can do that quick. Otherwise, that's the stream. Kind of weird. Clorinde doesn't override the cryo. Yeah, it's because of the Dendro. Yes, because the Electro applies and it's triggering a reaction. I can't remember which one it's going to prioritize, but the Dendro staying on the enemy means any extra Electro that Clorinde applies ends up being consumed to trigger like a quicken, basically, most likely is what it is, or aggravate, right? Well, aggravate just triggers based on if the quicken state is happening, so it's mostly the quicken, right? So the balance was just barely correct there, where like we saw the cryo disappearing, but then it would come back just in time to trigger like another superconduct. So yes, the Dendro reduces the strength of the Electro application functionally, which is funny. But yeah, Clorinde Calamity. I don't have Calamity of actually leveled up. Sorry. But yeah, something like I mentioned that earlier and showed teams earlier with Lanyan for Electro Charge with Lanyan, and I mentioned how I think most people would end up preferring like Lanyan Electro Charge, or you had the option of like aggravate teams like a Dendro Traveler, Lanyan official Clorinde team with Calamity of Eshu. With Overload, you'd probably be pushed towards either. The Overload is the most non-ideal situation for Clorinde with Calamity of Eshu, because you're either going to... You basically have to replace an offensive unit to use Calamity of Eshu on Clorinde with either Beto or Toma, and that's going to make the team DPS meaningfully worse, so like it's not going to be ideal. But it's not necessarily going to be like an unusable team or anything. It's just going to be worse than her high DPS team options for Overload teams to a meaningful degree. Yunjin Mika. I don't think I'm going to do Mika, but you know what? We'll do Yunjin. Let's do double Geo. Yunjin Clorinde. Official. Let's go. Flat buffs go. Clorinde is like one of the only units in the game I think that can actually fully use up Yunjin's buff for what it's worth. So that's funny.
Strike is one. Observe.
Time to testify. Move it.
Okay, yep, sure. That's what I wanted.
Midnight Fantastic.
Observe.
Really? God freaking dang it. Okay.
Hunt them down.
Freaking Yunjin, the 2 energy. Visual.
Unleash. Strike is one.
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
Path, please.
Break a leg.
Evil will shoot on sight.
Clorinde having range damage against this thing. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Is interesting. You know what? I unironically, it's funny. Like we're getting like this is like basically a similar clear time to the Electro Charge team, which is funny. I think is quite funny. So yeah, I don't know. Yunjin Clorinde actually works. There you go. Again, but honestly, just more showing of like you can reach compelling DPS thresholds with Clorinde, all with a whole bunch of non-Bennett teams. Like, it's not like her personal damage contribution is omega insane, especially if you like compare to, you know, whatever you obviously most of the Natlan units, but like having some options in the game for non-Bennett teams is really compelling. And I don't know, I think this unit is more fun than like Nuvilet to a significant degree. I like her a lot more than I thought it would. After we've gotten new Pyro options to enable different teams, and like Emily wasn't released when Clorinde released originally, right? So like I stand by my original perspective of not caring about her for the purpose of like generic aggravate, because I don't know, like I said, like Sethos released with her, and I think Sethos is the more fun aggravate unit. But for me, it might not be for you, obviously, especially if you don't like, you know, bow aiming charge attacks. Like if you're on mobile or console, I suspect Sethos is not as fun of a unit. But yeah, that was not that clear time. So I don't know. And we did a whole bunch of different things with Clorinde, and I like her. So she will stay equipped, and I'm this means I'm glad I got lucky. Like the only reason I even got like this goblet for it in the first place was just because I was farming for Shenhe pieces, because I had this Shenhe circlet and I wanted a time piece, if I recall, for Shenhe, and I ended up getting a random 4-line onset goblet that rolled okay, you know, one roll into each and then an extra roll into ER, and then had this a long time ago from the Abyss drops. I actually have more flowers to level up, like this could be upgrades, and then I got this, which was an artifact of all time. This could easily be better than this because of how terrible the roll values are. But, yeah, anyways. I don't think I'm really struggling for her build. And, you know, I can just leave these artifacts on her is kind of ultimately all I'm saying, I guess. And I'm quite happy where they get. So, you know what? For a character I got as a side effect of wanting Lanyan, and getting her early, I'm quite happy with. I'm glad to have her. So that's cool. I'll have to get used to like not staring at the HP bar. In fact, I think I'm already mostly used to the rhythm. Let's see if I'm gonna stare at the top of the screen. You can let me know if I miss any of this. So again, like if you're watching the HP bar, I should be using her skill at the three stacks of the Bond of Life tier, I believe. If it's not that, then I've been playing her wrong the whole last time. So let me see how I can do it. Did I do it mostly right? I think I might have missed one. Otherwise, I think I wouldn't have any Bond of Life there. Yeah. Anyways, so I've already gotten used to the rhythm mostly, so I can probably start playing her. Yeah, I missed one, that's what I thought. Yeah, so, yeah, there we go. I wasn't looking at the bar, and I was mostly just fine. Cool, and I have a useful unit to leave this green stick on that I've had for a long time and has been of questionable utility other than for random times that I've just wanted it as a stat stick. But now I have someone to stick it on. Mostly forever. Not Alhaitham. Alhaitham gets Jade Cutter. Because that's how I roll. But yeah, I don't know. In hindsight, I wish I had leveled up this weapon, but I didn't know I was going to get an National Clorinde, so oh well. Again, I don't have quite the right artifacts for this. I would basically need a crit damage piece. Like, I would need the crit damage version of this artifact, right? A 20 crit damage piece instead of 12 crit rate. And then I would have a compelling Calamity of Eshu build. Like, not that specific of artifacts, but yeah. I just have the slightly wrong artifacts for that right now, I think. So, anyways. Yeah, Calamity looks way better as far as drip goes, but again, like, I don't know. You just, like, yes, you can technically see the sword. I like how she just doesn't use her sword, by the way. She holds it and, like, oh, yes, I use a sword. Like, master duelist. Bang bang. That's why she's the master duelist. People come to a duel with a sword in the Fontaine courts, and she pulls out a gun and shoots them in the face. Anyways, why Calamity when you have Haran? Haran would be even harder. Like, Calamity gives 16 crit rate, right? When shielded. So, I'm at 90 crit rate right now. And in the circumstance of, again, if I switch to the reverse, of, like the inverse crit of this artifact, right? A 25 crit, or we'll just say 20 crit damage. A 20 crit damage piece with no crit rate, right? Well, then Calamity of Eshu would then put me at like a little bit over 90% crit rate. So it'd be a similar build, but obviously I lose the crit damage from this, gain the crit damage from substat of a slightly one different artifact. But if I had the same circumstance and switched to this fully leveled, I'd be over cap crit rate still. So like I'd need to get, say, probably not that, like this without any crit rate with like 20 crit damage, or a goblet with like, and we're asking for a different goblet, like it, right? We're asking for a lot more specific things, because of my artifacts currently. Whereas like Calamity of Eshu would be like one artifact I'd have to change, but I still am not going to level Eshu because I'm not really farming more of this domain right now. I don't think. I don't know. Anyways, real question though, real quick. If I'm not going to use Lanyon on a generic build in favor of just having her on a DPS oriented build, can I just throw away one of my some of my Lanyon artifacts, like the Cope Lanyon timepiece, for example? Like, do I have any need to keep this Cope timepiece if I'm just gonna have to swap around artifacts between Chaska and Lanyon anyways? Because that's like part of the reason I leveled up some of my pieces. Was like not wanting to steal pieces from Cloud Retainer, which I still don't want to do, but now I'm just in a situation where I'm gonna have to steal from freaking her. So I don't know. like is there any reason to keep this anymore, right? Here, we can actually switch Chaska back to this. I think the answer is no. Particularly because I might use an offset timepiece like I was currently on Lanyon. Offset versus onset, EM versus attack timepiece in my findings so far, relatively similar for DPS Lanyon, but yeah. With sack frags, not that. With sack frags because it already gives a bunch of EM, right? So seem to not be that compelling, but also not bad to do an additional 400 EM. And it might be better, I think, at level 90 because, you know, extra swirl damage, whatever. Anyways, Clorinde rate my hotness scale. Like a 7 probably. Like, she's an attractive lady, but I don't know. Her design doesn't appeal to me that much. And she's an anime girl, so she doesn't exist in real life. So that's not what I'm comparing to. So let's end the Clorinde stream with leveling the Clorinde artifacts. I have this feather, which, you know, if this rolls 35% crit damage, you know, maybe that again that could enable Haran build. So level this. Wow. Minimum roll. High roll, but it started min roll. And then a def roll. Sick. Beautiful artifact that just poopied itself. Yep. Wow. Should I bother with this? I don't even know. Like, this could be better. Like, I lose 10% crit damage compared to my current piece. Ooh. Lose 2 EM rolls. Potentially gain more crit rate, which would worsen my problem as far as using the crit rate weapons. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's particularly relevant. I also don't know if I care anymore about this piece either. I don't know. I guess on principle, let's just check this. And if this rolls poorly, I think I'm done with this set. Oh. I need the literal opposite of what happened there for this piece to be relevant. Hey, I got free XP back. So thanks. I got back to a level 20 artifact. We take that. Alright. Well, I guess, sure, let's check this, because I don't know. be done with this set. No, not good enough. I mean, actually, okay. Actually, funnily, one more crit rate roll could make it still better, technically. I did the math for that a while ago on a stream, and found that like how low the roll values were on this piece means like I don't need that good of a piece. Like one more attack percent or crit rate roll probably technically makes this either equivalent or better to that piece. I don't care. My monkey brain is happy and fine with, you know, having 250 crit damage about right now on her. So I'm gonna stick with that. But yeah. Anyways, XP. Let's go. I feel like there was other artifacts I got recently that I wanted to level, but I do not remember what they were. I mean, maybe. Also, maybe. Actually, am I using a crit damage circlet on my Clorinde? Right, Clorinde. Right, Chaska? No, I'm not. I'm using a crit rate circlet off piece. Yeah. I think I lied. I think I do not have... Oh, I mean, I have that. Should I go through those pieces, I suppose? I mean, this is worth checking. This is definitely a double crit or bust piece for me. Nope. Not useless, to be clear. Probably should actually consider leveling it still, but eh. I don't think it makes a difference for me. Should probably wait to do this till next patch, because the battle pass stuff, but it's fine. Maybe still compelling enough artifacts, but eh. I'm looking for good artifacts because I'm a higher investment build person. That one would not be a throwawayable piece. That will be kept. I don't know if I need it right now per se, but I do not like the idea of throwing that away. I have pretty good options for electro goblins. I don't think that matters, other than as an onset piece. Like I could use this on Clorinde, burning teams. Not that it's really. Wait, is it better? Is the burning set better? Not really. No. Except. No, Clorinde basically keeps this at max stacks. Like, there's minor downsides to this set on Arlecchino, but versus Gladiator. Anyways, yeah, that was, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know that I'm going to bother farming 4 pieces of the burning set. It's still an interesting set to me, but the situations where I feel like it's actually compelling over other artifact set options is few and far between, so, you know. Anyways, so yeah, in conclusion, Clorinde is fun. I like her. It's cool. Glad to get her accident. Her hat looks kind of goofy, I will say. But that doesn't really matter in combat. So, I'm happy with the current reality. More characters, good. Yay. It's likely you'll see me randomly use her into the future. Sweet. That's cool. But also, I don't know, maybe all this really means is it reinforces my electro bias. I like electro characters. But yeah, I don't know. I think they balance their kit well. At least until today. I don't know how much of their kit they designed around the fact that they knew they were going to release like more units that had potential synergy with her or not, but yeah. Clorinde more fun than I'll hate them? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'll hate them. I still don't find I'll hate them. Like, to be clear, that I'll hate them Emily team, I'll hate them Emily Kuki. I forgot who I used in the last slot. Anyways, I'll hate them Emily Kuki. Oh, it was Mawika, duh, derp. I'll hate them Emily Kuki Mawika. Was fun, but like, I can tell you, as far as Emily Mawika teams go, Emily Mawika Clorinde was a lot more fun than I'll hate them Kuki Mawika Clorinde. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, she's flexible, has different team comps, and a lot of them are reached like compelling damage thresholds without Bennett. I think, and it's all because like, I shouldn't say all because, but it's heavily because this passive, right? This passive that makes it so that she gets a flat damage buff based on her attack means that she gains indirect value, like a significant amount of damage value for her hits that doesn't rely on her raw multipliers and just wants her to have a bunch of attack up to the threshold of 3k. And so like Bennett can help you get to that 3k. Like Bennett was not an anti-synergy that heavily with her, at least on my build. I suspect if I had her signature weapon, Bennett you would see even less value from her. But anyways, that's what I should do. I should do a single pull on the banner and get her signature weapon. No. That would have been funny. What is my pity on this, by the way? 0. That's fine. I wasted 1 wish. Oh no. Oh no. Yunjin versus Arlecchino with Bennett. I've done Yunjin with Arlecchino a while ago. It's not crazily compelling because Arlecchino has so much raw multiplier damage. Like the flat buffs make more of a difference, make more of a relative difference when you have units or when you have lower baseline multipliers, right? Because yeah, so that's a simple reason. But so especially with the C1 Arlecchino on my account, like Yunjin just is Arlecchino Yunjin Shalonen functional? Yes. It do work. I played a little bit of Arlecchino Yunjin when St. Lolly released. This team. But it's fine. But like every single Arlecchino team, quite frankly, without Bennett, you will notice the loss of Bennett. The higher investment you go, though, the less that really matters. For what it's worth, right? Like, I don't think on my account I'm going to struggle that much to clear with... Oh, I overtook Pyro. Oops. I don't think I'm going to struggle that much to clear with this. Really Fav. Oh my god, okay, whatever. Freaking Fav. I bungled this out royally. Okay, well that was bad, honestly. I could definitely clear, I think at least... I'm pretty sure I've cleared in like 40 seconds with that team. For reference, the Bennett team gets like 30-second clears. But just the same team, Bennett in place of Yunjin. It's fine. It's more than fine, but I suspect most people with normal level of investment would not feel that Yunjin is particularly compelling, but I don't know. Yunjin with Shalonen in particular is fairly okay. Like it's something I'd be curious to try out if I get Shalonen on formerly weapons only. For sure. But yeah. Anyways, I think Solali didn't have her signature weapon there, by the way, but that's not the end of the world. Also, I had Solali C1 there, by the way. Again, high investment things. So, keep all that in mind. Yep. So anyways, how fast a level 1 Arlecchino could clear using Sitlali, Shalonen, and Yunjin for max flat damage buffs. So the problem with that, I think, is that you're not going to get your Bond of Life. Because I actually was thinking about it the other day, Sylveon, because I was kind of curious if you can do... if there's a hyper carry you can try to clear relatively easily with at level 1. And I think Arlecchino would absolutely work, especially in the context you suggest with flat buffs, abusing them. The problem is you can't get Bond of Life. So her thing doesn't cook. Actually, you can get Bond of Life, I guess, but it takes more time to build up, right? Or do you just not get it at all? Okay, Arlecchino will be granted a Bond of Life. Okay. I think you just don't get it at all. So, Yeah, which is a problem. But there is probably a way. I don't know, physical or like, flat buffs. No. Yeah. It doesn't cook at all because it's her A1. You still get Pyro Infusion. So the version of that could probably work with Arlecchino is with C6 Bennett. But then you're not going to be in the Mask of Red Death state. So it's still so much worse. But with the flat buffs going on, like if you do Shalonen, Sitlali, most likely with Bennett C6, it probably works. But anyways, it doesn't cook at all because it's her A1. You still get Pyro Infusion. Yeah.
And the sword an extension of the duelist's spirit.
You've done it 36 star with Bennett, Shalonen, and Sitlali. Nice. Alright, anyways. It's 6 p.m. here for me. I'm going to go work on, I think, the Lanyan video. I don't know if it's coming out tomorrow. I'm not going to guarantee that because, like, I haven't re-recorded it yet. Like I said, I had to re-record it. I'm going to go play around with some things on her still after I take a break here. And see what I want to do exactly for the video. But yeah. We'll probably, maybe stream tomorrow. I don't know. Depends how I feel. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll probably do Friday. I need to do a unit review stream soon. Either this weekend or this week. We'll see. Yeah, Clorinde fun. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.